All right. We have audio. We have video. I think we're live. Hey, folks. Welcome to the late shift. My name is Robert, amateur radio call sign W5ITR, and this is the first stream back from Hamvention. And what a Hamvention it was. I tell you, I know I say this a lot, but I am woefully ill-prepared tonight. I mean, I've got a great topic. Don't get me wrong. We've got a great topic, but per usual, I've kind of bit off more than I can chew. And, that's always the case, right? I have all week to get ready for this. I kind of knew what I was going to do all week, but you get this idea for what you're going to do in the stream, and then it kind of starts to marinate and ferment. Ferment's probably the right word. But then you get, more ideas as the week goes. And, today I got a great idea. And so I ran with it. And hopefully all the stuff that I threw together real quick is going to work. And like I said, I've got a great topic to talk about. Lots of great stuff coming out of Hamvention. Certainly we have lots to talk about there. I'm not even going to do a this and that segment because we've just got too much to get to. Not to mention, I didn't get very far with that because we've got so much to get to. But first, let me welcome some folks that I see out there in chat. Thanks for joining the chat early. We're getting a nice crowd rolling in. It's nice to see everybody out there in green. Thank you to all the channel members. Thank you. I see some folks I don't get to see all the time on a Friday night. So I want to say hello to Shane. Nice to see you out there, Shane. It's nice to have you in the chat. It's nice to see QBF Workshop out there. If you guys don't know, Shane is he's got this laser engraver plus a bunch of other really cool stuff, and he's making all kinds of cool stuff. And one of his latest things I'm pretty excited about, and he's been sharing some pictures with me over the last week or so. Hey, Gray Man, thanks for the 8 months of membership. Holy smokes. Party on, Garth. But he's got these cool little whiskey glasses that he's engraving, these charred oak whiskey glasses. And I'm pretty giddy about the way it turned out. Shane, I know you have really high standards, so if you are happy with it, I know I'm going to be happy with it, and anybody else that's interested in those types of things. I'm guessing you're going to sell some of them. I mean, I think they're going to be pretty hot item. But yeah, so it's nice to see Shane out there. Let's see, who else is out there that I haven't seen for a while? Izzo, did I see Izzo out there? Did he slide by? Hey, I just saw a super chat come in. What a launch this morning. You're not kidding, Tim. That was pretty cool. It was worth the wait, certainly. We had a SpaceX launch this morning. And thanks for the super chat, Tim. I've got so many cool things to talk about. I've asked Tim to join me at some point. Oh, look at him. He's out there already. Holy smokes. Let me bring Tim in real quick here just to say hi. Well, Tim, did you get your audio working? Let's see. That's always the struggle for folks coming in. Let me pull. I think I hear Tim. Are you there?
Test.
Yeah, you're there. I got you, buddy. Hey, so for those of you who may not be aware, this is Tim, EOB Kaboom, in the chat, and he's got a cool little channel that he's growing, Rockets and Radio. Did I get that right? Did I get it in the right?
Yep, Rockets and Radios.
Sometimes I get the order. I get it out of order. But Tim, I hope you didn't rush back from the Home Depot because I've got a lot of stuff. Well, actually, since you're here, I'll probably skip ahead. I've got a little news that I think you're going to be really excited about, and I wanted to have you on camera to talk about it.
Sure, no worries at all. I had to crush down a Big Mac, but I always go to Home Depot and I forget what I want or forget what I need, and then that's how it goes.
Gotcha. I resemble that remark. Well, all right. Like I said, I'm not well prepared, so the order doesn't really matter so much. But let me give you guys a little preview about what we're going to be talking about tonight. So those of you who may have seen the X post, or you were observant enough and you saw the title, we're going to be talking about a program called OpenDarkSky. And it's a pretty cool program. Here, let me switch up here. We're going to be talking about the program, but one of the reasons we're going to talk about it is because at Hamvention, the folks at Libre Space Foundation, right, they're one of the big supporters of this program, and they've been at Hamvention at least the last 3 or 4 years, I believe. And so I usually stop in and talk with them. It's always a busy table, right? They do lots of cool stuff. And you guys can see I put a video out. I did a little catch-up video with those guys this year. But they hooked me up with one of these cool little devices, right? And this is an OpenDarkSky device. It's an open source device. All the code's open source, all that, all the things you would expect. The prints are available. The circuit board files are available, right? Everything's available, so you can build this. But they gave me one, right? So not only are we going to talk about this, we're going to set one up, right? And this is pretty cool. They have 3 different versions of it. And if you see here, I don't know if you guys can see, this is the cellular version. They've got a cellular version, they've got a Wi-Fi version, and they've got a LoRaWAN version. And so these things take readings of the sky and some other sensor readings, right? There's a sensor port here. And then it posts it, you guessed it, via MQTT. And this one here is actually using a SIM chip to get that done. So we're going to set that up. So I think that's pretty cool. And we're going to talk about that. Okay. But kind of the even cooler part of that. Oh, hold on. Is I don't just have one, but I've got 3. Oh. And so nice. I've got one for Texas. I'm going to set this one up here in Texas. And then I've got 2 more that we're going to put out into the community so that others can get involved in this as well. So, and I'm going to talk about kind of that selection process for how we're going to get these out into the community. So, Tim, I don't want you to get the wrong idea though. I'm not sending one of these to Guam. Sorry, buddy. These are going to be for US only. And so we'll get into the program here. But Tim, I know this is something that you would love to play with, right? You'd love to get your hands on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, it's right down your alley. Well, in talking with the Libre Space Foundation folks, right, kind of in the same table, in the same space, let me switch back here. Well, I'll leave it right here, is the SatNOGS folks. And so you guys know the SatNOGS folks, right? We're always going to the dbsatnogs.org database, looking up satellites, finding out about new launches, seeing what radios and cool stuff are on those satellites, right? It's got a facility that you can stand up a ground station and feed data to it. You can put that station online so that other people can connect to that station and use that station to collect telemetry. It's a really cool system. Well, in talking with those guys, Tim, turns out
I gotta search this thing out.
Turns out they don't have a station in Guam.
Oh.
And I said, hey, I know somebody. And so they sent me home with an entire SatNOGS ground station that includes everything you need to get it on the air. The Raspberry Pi. I mean, they even throw in the SD card, all the cables, cable glands, the SDR, all, everything you need. Oh, yeah. Tim, you asked, hey, any chance somebody grab some SatNOGS stickers? Yeah, I got some SatNOGS stickers. But Tim, we're going to be sending this out to you so that you can set this up in Guam. And it's got the whole.
That's so cool.
It's got the whole thing, right? You got the PoE stuff here. It's got the antennas in this box. This is pretty cool. And I knew if anybody would appreciate it, you'd be a guy that appreciate that. So
100%.
Sorry, buddy.
Absolutely.
You can't get one of these, but we're gonna send one of these out to you.
I'm gonna order one of those right now.
Oh yeah, those things are cool. Now this is this is a pretty heavy duty case. This is an aluminum case. This isn't a plastic case. So this thing's pretty legit. Now,
wow.
Tim, I'm going to play with this thing before I send it to you. So it might be a little bit. I'm going to tear it apart. I'm going to do some videos on it.
Oh yeah,
but I just wanted to let you know we're going to get this sent. Tim, in some of the Discord stuff, Tim is like, hey, did anybody grab some SatNOGS stickers? Well, I think we did you a little bit better, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate it, bro. That's super cool.
Yeah. Now, the key is you have to keep this thing running, right? You got to keep it running out there.
Yeah, I just got to watch out for those typhoons, right?
Yeah, for sure. But that's, I knew you would appreciate that, and I wanted to get you out here on camera just to share that with you because
cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet. All right. Well, like I said, it's probably going to be a few weeks before I drop it in the mail to you. All right.
No worries.
Well, let's see here. And Tim, you can stay as long as you like if you've got, I know I kind of grabbed you last minute there.
Yeah.
But you're welcome to stay as long as you like and hang out. Like I said, we're going to work through setting this bad boy up. But if you've got a skedaddle, go ahead and do your thing, and you can always join back.
I'm curious. So I'm looking at the OpenDarkSky map, and it's only showing one station in looks like Detroit.
So actually, if you look at that, that's not even a station. That is a manual report. So this is a very new program. Okay. And so, and we're going to jump into that a little bit, and talk about the program, talk about, kind of where it's at. And, when you look at the map, there's not a lot out there. And now you know why those guys were handing out some of these devices at Hamvention to try to start building out the network, right? It's pretty new program all around.
Very cool. Yeah, no, you can boot me out of here. Thank you for having me on. I don't want to, you got a lot on your hands to focus on other than hosting another guy on your stream. So very, very cool. I look forward to getting into this with you. And although I am curious, how are you able to order this OpenDarkSky sensor while I have you here?
I don't know that they actually even have them for sale quite yet.
Yeah.
They've got all the plans, they've got everything so you can start building them yourself.
Right.
But I don't think they actually have it. I don't think they have a facility for you to order it yet. Like I said, this
Okay.
sucker's new. This is pretty fresh.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, it looks like everything's open source. Both hardware and software designs are fully open source, inviting global collaboration and innovation. All right. Well, I'll obviously be tuning in. Very interested in this. This looks exciting.
Yeah,
Yeah, drop
cool.
me out of here. Drop me out of here so you can take your stream over.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining, Bud. And yeah, please join in on the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
Oh, you betcha. We'll see you. All right. Let me get switched over to here. We'll go ahead and we'll give Tim the boot. There we go. All right. So I was expecting Tim to come on in about an hour, but he rearranged his schedule and whatnot and came on a little sooner. I was gonna do a little bit more of a build up for that, but Tim is a guy that's he's been involved in this stream for since the beginning. Quite honestly, he was one of the guys that he's always in the chat. You guys are always seeing him in the chat. He's really into all of this stuff. So, and he's got a channel, right? That's just another great reason for getting one of these in his hands, getting it out at a place where it's needed in the network, right? It's needed within the SatNOGS network, and also needed within the hands of somebody who will be able to maximize it. So that, so between these things, that SatNOGS station, that full SatNOGS station, I saw somebody, it looks like the Brocam had, let's see what we've got here. We've got Mark from Boondock Technologies out here. That was one of the other really cool things. I got to learn a little bit more about Boondock Technologies and their various products and cool bits and items that, right, the baubles that they have. And I'm going to be trying to use one of their devices, and we're going to do this guy this week. We're going to do Boondock stuff next week, but I'm going to try to use that device to help transcribe call signs and grid squares from my satellite passes using the Boondock technology. And so that's something to look forward to. So you guys already know what we're going to be talking about next week. We might dig into that a little bit later tonight, depending on how long some of these things take. But so many great things came out of Hamvention this year. So many cool projects ahead, just from all the interactions and getting a chance to meet with several people and getting to see some of their wares during the show. So it was really cool. All right, let's see here. Let me just try to get caught up here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm kind of bad at when I get yakking away, I lose track of the chat. I know last 2 weeks ago, I think I missed a couple of super chats, so I felt bad about that after I saw that after the fact. So I just want to make sure I'm not doing that again. So Tom, nice to see you out there. Thanks for the wave. Bill, good to see you out there. Yeah, all right. Brocam, good to see you out there. I exchanged stickers with the Brocam this past week, so that was cool. It was great to get to meet a lot of people. I got to meet Pepe, who's always in the chat. It was great to meet him and spend a little bit of time with him. I did a satellite pass at the Troll Pub, in the parking lot of the Troll Pub, and Pepe was there, and he got to check that out and ask some questions. And I'm always happy to try to lend any of my experience to anyone who's interested in listening or learning during those types of things. So, Bill, you averting your eyes when somebody shows you their wares. Yeah, that's probably a smart move. Let's see, Boondock Autologger. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm thinking, Jody. I'm thinking there ought to be a way to tie this thing in and do some auto logging. So it's good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's see. OpenDarkSky. So, I kind of gave you guys the punchline. There's this device here. It's got a sensor on it. It's got a panel. Obviously, it's got a battery in it. It's got another little sensor port here for temperature and humidity. It takes a few other measurements, and it collects those, and on a regular cadence, it'll send those out to an MQTT server over the internet or ultimately over the internet, right? You're either getting there via cellular, you're getting there via Wi-Fi, or you have a gateway from a LoRaWAN connection to the internet. So, kind of a neat idea. It's a collaboration between an outfit called SC Robotics, which this was new to me. I'm not real familiar with who these folks are. I'm assuming we're going to learn a little bit more about them tonight as we start digging into what this project's all about. It's also funded by the Libre Space Foundation, right? These guys do a lot of great work. These are the guys behind SatNOGS, as we've already said, and the European Space Agency. So, there's some backing behind this. This is pretty cool. And it's all open data, right? It's all open source. The data's available for use by anybody who can use it. And, they're mapping things like, just like they say here, light pollution. They've got some additional metrics, temperature and humidity, right? Enriching that data a little bit further. And, they've got some nice facilities here set up, but it is still really early in the project. Here you can see, here's the device, right? Here's this looks like an STL that's kind of exploded here for us to show you what's actually in the device. Tells you a little bit about it. We're going to dig into all this stuff, right? It's all open source, so we can go check out and take a look. They host everything on GitLab, so we can get out there and we can take a look at some of this stuff. Here's some more about the people that are running it or are funding it, is maybe a better way. I know Libre Space Foundation is a funder. SC Robotics, I think, is actually doing a lot of the engineering work behind it. And it looks like the European Space Agency is kicking in some bucks here as well. So this is what we're going to be talking about. And if we go to this explore the map, right, I was looking at this a little bit earlier today as well. And here you can see there's just not a lot of devices that are registering on the map so far. Now, if I look up here toward the top, and I don't know if you guys can see this, but this says that there are 15 stations currently. Now, I don't know if that means overall, if that means that have kind of checked in the last so often, right? But there's not a lot of stations here. But, we can see that there's some here in Spain. So if we click on these, we get a little bit of information about it. We can look at their payload, when they were last seen. Open station. Let's see. So this looks like maybe just some of the data that they're collecting. Last seen 15 minutes ago, first seen about 2 months ago, 5,000 readings. Okay. So let's get back here. I'm curious what the payload looks like. Okay, this is kind of cool. So we can see, and I think we'll learn some more about this when we look at the documentation, right? What all these, looks like we've probably got some lat long information here for the location. These look like some readings, right? I don't know what each of these are. Maybe one's temperature. This looks like 37 degrees. Maybe that's a temperature in Celsius. Accelerometer. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, we'll learn what all this stuff is, but this is what the payload looks like. This is what it's capturing, packaging up, and throwing up at a MQTT server. So yeah, that's an interesting thought there, Jody. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like a very large battery, but, and it's not a very large solar cell, but you know, what's the power draw on something like this? So, you know, all stuff I think we'll learn a little bit more about. But my goal tonight here is what I want to try to do, you know, besides go through this, I want to walk through, do the configuration. This has a self-hosted web page that that you use to configure the device. And I want to get it configured, hopefully configured correctly, put it outside and see if we show up on the map, right? So we've got these couple light blue ones. What's this one here? This one's dark blue. I don't know what the difference there is. Do we have, okay, so maybe that's a light level indicator if I look down here in the corner. Okay, I can see that. Let's see. I'm just clicking around here. I haven't had a terrible amount of time to tear into this because I kind of went down a different rabbit hole. But I did notice, and this is what Tim was talking about. If we zoom in here, and it's kind of hard to see because it's purple. Let's see if I can zoom in enough so that it actually shows up. Boy, that's really hard to see. It's right up here, and I don't even know if you guys can see that. Believe me, there's a dot right here. Well, let me click on that dot. And here I can see this was a naked eye observation. So there's ways that you can submit data to the program even if you don't have a sensor. Okay. So, you know, maybe we should talk about for just a minute, you know, why do we care about this, right? Why is somebody going to the trouble of creating these devices, creating these services, and putting this stuff out there? Well, and why, you know, why do we as hams even care about this? Well, first of all, it's just cool, right? We care about it because it's pretty cool stuff. Let's see here. Did my chat? My chat died on me here. Let me get this back over here. Let's see. I missed a bunch of stuff here. Let me just take a quick look. All right. Make sure I didn't. Okay. Pepe, thanks for stopping in. Catch the replay if it's something you're interested in. And yeah, it was great to see you last week. 7-3, buddy. All right. So again, why do we care about this, right? Why do we as hams, besides the cool factor, besides the fun factor, why do we care about this? Well, there's a growing consensus and growing correlation between people or human generated light pollution and EMI, which is ultimately RFI, right? So electromagnetic interference, which is essentially radio interference as well. You know, especially in urban centers, right? So, you know, there's an impact to our HF and VHF, UHF, probably not so much the UHF, but certainly our HF and VHF spectrum, right? So, you know, understanding how light pollution is changing, I think is important to, you know, correlation in space weather and our propagation, right? Let's see. You know, there's obviously an interest in this, right? A lot in the amateur radio community are also amateur astronomers or astrophotographers, right? So there's an obvious impact there. And, you know, understanding, again, what's happening, how things are changing, and how that's impacting our ability to observe and measure what's going on, you know, beyond our own atmosphere is, you know, it's pretty important stuff. You know, again, this is one of those citizen science opportunities, right? This is an opportunity for folks who have an interest in, you know, more technical type topics to get involved in something that, you know, can ultimately really have an impact and make a difference. You know, this is, you know, we're starting to see more and more of these opportunities, which I think is great. And, you know, to me, this is one that I think is especially cool because you can get, you know, kind of precise information by using instruments, but the program is also such that anyone can participate in it. Anyone can submit those naked eye observations, right? And kind of be part of the program. So I think that's pretty neat as well. And, you know, there's also you know, a conservation and ecological kind of slant to light pollution and how it disrupts bird migrations and, you know, nocturnal wildlife behaviors, all those types of things. You know, I think there's a lot of different cohorts that would be interested in this data. You know, to me, I think it's, you know, there's, you know, like I said, the obvious impact to our, or maybe not so obvious, but the growing correlation that we're seeing of light pollution and electromagnetic interference with our hobby from a band perspective. But I think it's also cool that they're using a lot of technologies that we as hams are engaging with otherwise, right? It's got solar, it's got you know, Internet of Things type aspects to it. I mean, this is an Internet of Things device, right? It's a great example of that. So that's why I think, you know, our specific group of kind of technically bent folks will find something like this interesting. And I think it's really great. I'm just super thrilled that that the Libre Space Foundation was able to give me a couple of extra of these and, you know, get them shared out into the community. I think that's awesome. Let's see, what's Jody got here? The haze from LEO internet satellites like Starlink is something to concern everybody. Yeah, certainly, both in the optical and RF spectrum. Certainly. Hey, Todd, welcome. Thanks for joining. Lee, nice to see you out there as well. All right, Garth, nice to see you out there. And a few people snuck in on me there, so welcome, folks. So, those are the reasons I think it's a pretty cool topic. Now, what I did is, again, this is all open source stuff. So if you're interested in this, if you're interested in seeing how it works, what it does, want to learn more about it, right? All the code is out here. Even the code for the global map is out here. So you can find a lot of this stuff out at Libre Space Foundation's GitLab site, but also over at SC Robotics. And this is where we're going to start tonight. They've got some stuff out here as well. And let me see here. First of all, if we just kind of take a look at their GitLab, they have some other stuff here that I think would be worth checking out, going back and seeing what these guys are up to, right? They've got something here called OpenSatCom. We're going to get into this optical makerspace thing. Here's a Bellina GPS tracker. These guys have, some pretty interesting stuff. That's probably, looks like they work with Libre Space Foundation on some of these other items here. So lots to check out on these two GitLab sites, but we're going to jump into the optical makerspace here. Here they've got, so they call this thing the Dark Sky Meter. That's what they call this device. And they got some documentation, as you can see, some firmware, some information here on some hardware. But let's take a look here at what they're showing off in the hardware just real quick. Okay, so these look like, here's a motherboard. What do we got here? Well, that's just a license. Let's go back a step here. Here's a cellular board. Okay, so you've got the actual PCB definitions here. If you want to get some of these boards printed up yourself. Okay, kind of interesting. Let's see. I don't know how many of us are maybe into that, but certainly it's there. Let's see what we got here on the mechanical side. Oh, all this stuff is licensed Creative Commons. I think it's Creative Commons 4, if I recall, right? Which essentially says you can really use this for any purpose at all, right? Even commercial purposes. You just have to include this licensing information. There's the list of stipulations here, but it's a pretty fair license for folks that maybe want to try to expand this a little bit more. Let's see here. They got the STLs out here. Here, let's look at the STLs. Let me just download this real quick. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Oh, cool. Right, so you can see what's going on here. I mean, it doesn't look like it's terribly sophisticated. I mean, we could dig into the board detail a little bit more, but it doesn't look like it's terribly sophisticated. Right, it's got to have a little SIM motor or modem or a Wi-Fi modem or a little LoRa, probably a little rack board or something on there, depending on what version. So that's kind of cool. But let's go back to, I saw some documentation. I think that's where we really want to spend a little bit of time here. Yeah, here we go. Dark Sky Meter User Manual. Documentation Wiki. Here we go. All right, let's make sure we still have everybody here. Let me see, I lost you guys. There you are. Let's see. Yeah, some people like to build these things. Some people like to buy them. So, it's nice that they have a couple of different options there. Bill, look what happens. I lose track here, and good thing I went back and took a look. Bill, thanks for the 10 gift memberships. That's awesome, man. Congratulations to everybody that got one of those. Very cool. Dr. Brad, good to see you out there, buddy. I think I saw you earlier and then I lost track of you. So nice to have you out there in the chat. Oh, I know. I saw you respond to, I think, the post that I made a little bit earlier. So nice to have you out there. We'll see you, Frank. Thanks for stopping by, bud. Yeah, and thanks for posting the like and subscribe. I'm not very good at reminding folks to do that. All right. Well, let's take a look here. Maybe I need to. Let's see here. Let's make this big enough. And hopefully that's not obnoxiously big, but we'll roll with it and see. All right, so let's see here. Dark sky meter, low cost night sky sensor. Cool. Let's see. Ambient parameters and light levels. Measures light intensity. This must be, I'm guessing this is a sensor. Oh yeah. Looks like, well, we don't need to jump to that. Okay. Looks like here's another sensor. Oh, it does have an accelerometer in it. That's interesting. I guess they want to know what direction it's pointing. I seem to have lost. Let me reload here. That looks a little, oh, that's what okay. I got it now. Let's see here. An ESP32 for Wi-Fi, right? We're all pretty familiar with that. The C3 option. What we've got here is the cellular version using a Qualcatel modem, and then they have a LoRaWAN, yep, using a rack board. Okay, this is all pretty common stuff here. Nothing too off the page here. User configuration through Wi-Fi. Yep, that's what they had told us. Okay, it's got a buzzer, a reset button, and a user button. Really? I wonder where they're hiding that. Okay, we'll learn more about that. Let's see. Low power stops using networking if voltage is too low. Oh, check this out, Jody. So if the voltage gets too low, It looks like it maybe just collects the data, maybe batches up the data, and then once the battery gets charged up, it'll send the data. Stores data in RAM, yep, to be sent in groups or batched. Okay, capable of different sampling rates at day and at night. Okay. Scientific use cases, mean and standard deviation. Okay, cool. Let's go here. So that's... Oh, I see. I'm just trying to see how this stuff... Okay, so there's nothing in contributing. All right, let's see here. Power on. Okay, they showed me this whenever I was on site at the table, and I thought this is really cool. So the device is powered on and off with a reed switch that fits inside the enclosure. As soon as the plastic piece is removed, the device beeps and the flow chart starts running. All right, so that's pretty cool. All right, so let's... And they did tell me a little bit about a couple of these things. So let me get over here to my scenes. All right, so here's the device. It's got a little door here. So it's got like a little fingernail slot. You pop open this door. It's got one on this side as well. Now, I don't know that this does anything. It's tight, I can tell you that. Yeah, this is overkill, I know, but it's handy. Okay. Okay, so there's nothing in this side, right? You can see there's a drain hole. Now, I've had these sitting outside for about 3 days, just charging up the solar cell. At least I hope it was charging. I didn't pull the switch on it, so I'm assuming it was charging. I don't know that to be the case, but this is pretty cool. So it's got this little piece of plastic in here. Trying to get it. Might be easier to start it if I turn it over. There we go. And then I don't know if you guys just heard that or not, but it gave me a beep beep. But this has a little metal spring-loaded little mechanical spring-loaded piece of metal there that I'm assuming something in here reads that, you know, that breaks a circuit or something. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing, a reed switch. I'm not familiar with the reed switch. We might have to look that up. Okay, so that just turned itself on. Now I'm going to put this back in, and I'll try to do this near the mic so maybe you guys can hear this. I'm going to turn it over and pull the switch. So I have it upside down. I'm going to pull the switch. I'm going to get it close to the mic. Now, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that was a triple beep. I'm just going to set this down right here. Now, they told me that the triple beep puts it into the configuration mode. So let's see. So let's go ahead and move ahead. Flowchart. Let's see. First sample is always set, no matter if it's day or night. Battery level's too low. Okay, so this tells us how this thing works. And this is probably... maybe right there. Let's try this. So this is this is the sample loop. 20x light sample. 20x light sample, max gain, min gain, max gain, obtain the mean. 1 ambient sample, a temperature, humidity, and pressure. one accelerometer sample, XYZ axis, one GPS location, only a GNSS device. Add that to the buffer. When you have 5 samples, you go ahead and send it out. Obtain mean and corrected sample standard deviation. Okay, and then they drop it into this flow chart here. Take a sample, add it to a buffer. Do you have enough battery? If it doesn't, you hold on to it. If you do and the buffer's not full, you hold on to it. If the buffer's full, you go ahead and connect and you send. Location set, no. Day or night. Okay. So you have 2 different periods, one for day and one for night. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, so that's kind of cool. That's the magnet. You know, Jody, it very well could be a magnet, but it sure doesn't feel like, well, maybe it is. Let me see if it'll, oh yeah, it's a magnet. You got it. So definitely a magnet. And not too shabby of one either. So good call, Jody. All right, let's see. So that's kind of cool. Let's move on. Okay, so Wi-Fi and cellular. Both connectivity options send data through an MQTT broker. Okay, payload and the diagnostics are sent to different topics. And those can be configured. Oh, cool. Interesting. We'll have to, well, let's just keep reading. Output payload is a JSON formulated string with all the statistics of all the sensors and some extra parameters such as battery, timestamp, and coordinates if enabled and available. If enabled and available. Interesting. So these may be the only devices that have GPS enabled. Again, if I try to zoom in here so you guys can see this, up here it says there are 15 stations. So I'm assuming that means the other stations just don't have GPS enabled. So that's just why we're not seeing them on the map. I'm going to enable it. All right. Let's see, where was I? Okay, LoRaWAN. And these are different versions of the device. So we've got the cellular version, just as a reminder. But they walk through how the LoRaWAN piece works here as well. Okay, cool. Here's the diagnostic data. A Unix timestamp, otherwise known as epoch time, epoch time, right? You guys probably are familiar with that. So if you guys aren't familiar with that, that's a time standard that counts time. Somebody's going to know this. I think from maybe January 1st, 1970, something like that. These are the number of seconds from the start of the epoch or the epoch. Unix time and epoch time are the same thing. So this is the number of seconds since 1970. I think it's January 1st, 1970. Like I said, someone in the chat probably knows all about that. Let me see here. It's been a long time since I've had to deal with epoch time. January 1st. Yeah, so that's it. January 1st, 1970. All the old Unix systems. I mean, that was kind of like one of the first things you had to learn to deal with whenever you dealt with some of those Linux or Unix systems. All right, so this is the diagnostic info. Approximate signal level. I wonder what that means. Percentage of what? Uptime. Sampling wake-up cycles without rest. Seconds needed to establish the connection with the network. Let's see, this goes out a little further. Okay. Seconds needed to get a fixed location. So I guess if you're wanting to evaluate your link, your cellular link or your Wi-Fi link, right? This could be helpful. MCU reset reason. Interesting. Okay. And then here, okay, great. So here we get to learn what all the different data elements are that it, firmware version 4. We'll have to see if we can find out what firmware version our devices are. All right, so here's here's our epoch time, a battery voltage, your accelerometer. Here's your light or lux measurement. Visible infrared. Oh, that's cool. Calibrated values. Okay. Wonder how you calibrate it. Okay. Maybe we'll look for that. Ambient parameters. So temperature, relative humidity, and pressure. Okay. Acceleration, standard deviation. Okay. Location. So here's your lat long. I'm assuming we can hard code that because, I'm going to put this on the roof of the barn is likely where I'm putting this. Let's see here. Location, standard deviation, and number of tries. Okay. Okay, wait a second. Used in firmware versions less than 4. Greater than 4. So I'm assuming that we're going to be greater than 4, but we'll have to validate that. So it looks like they've just changed things up a little bit. Let's see. Eric, how you doing? Thanks for joining, buddy. Mounted above the barn's yard light. Yes, definitely. Let's see here. Okay, so just a little bit of a variation. Looks like they're essentially collecting the same information. They've just organized it a little bit differently. Okay. Let's see what else we got. How to configure. Now we're cooking here. Okay. All right, so we already know some of this. You can enter configuration mode by placing device upside down. Enforcing a reset. Okay. We're not going to do, let me see, if done using this method. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so you can pull the screws on it. Ah, cool. We might have to, we probably won't do this tonight, but maybe at some point we'll pull the screws on this thing. I see there's some pin headers here, so maybe there's something that we can do there. But let's see. Enter configuration mode by resetting the board while the user button is pushed. Oh, okay. So some of these buttons are on the board inside the case. Got it. And then here's that scrobotics.es. So this is, these guys are located in Spain. I guess that makes sense. right? Since we have a couple of these devices in Spain. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll see some, we'll see some here. Oh, what'd I do? I zoomed ahead somehow. Okay. No, where'd it go? Configuration, how to configure. Okay. All right. So I don't think we need to do this. I think we can just turn it upside down and pull the thing and get the 3 beeps. That's what they told me at the table. That's what we're going to try first. Okay. So you connect to the Wi-Fi AP, you hit this IP address, and then we should get configuration. All right, so here's the little bit of a bummer, though. If I'm connecting to this thing's Wi-Fi, that means I can't connect to the network that the stream's on. So I'm going to have to probably just show this on camera. Well, let's see how this is gonna show up. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my phone and I'm going to see if the Wi-Fi is showing up. Let me move this out of the way. Let's go here. All right. I'm not seeing it, so I'm thinking the thing maybe went to sleep on me. So I'm going to put the switch back in, drop it back out. I'll keep it close to the mic, so hopefully you guys can hear it. Whoop, I put it in the wrong side. That ain't going to help us. Come on. It's a little persnickety to get out of there. They do have a little, well, let me show it on this camera. They've got a little place for you to put your fingernail if you have a fingernail. All right, so let me drop this. I'm going to drop this back in. I'm going to put that magnet toward the inside of the case. Okay, let's drop it back out. Okay, I got the triple beep. Let me set that down. Let's get my Wi-Fi to searching again. Okay, and I've got Dark Sky showed up. All right, let's see. Dark Sky, Dark Sky. Okay. All right. So I'm connected to Dark Sky, connected without internet, obviously. Okay, and then I've got to hit 192, 168.71. 71.1. Okay, cool. All right. And let's go to the configuration form. Oh boy. Hopefully it's, let's see. Okay, let's see. Which one of these views is gonna, I guess I'll have to switch back and forth. Okay, we've got sampling rate. It's got a default. We've got device location. since firmware version 4 device location is only available if relevant. Let's see. Okay, let me switch over here. So this down here at the bottom, I'm not sure if you guys can, let me see if I can get a better zoom. Yeah, it's not going to be great, but I'm on firmware version 4.0.3, so we're greater than 4. So we know that going in. All right, so we can set a lat long. Light sensor calibration is only available in firmware version less than 4. Okay, so I guess I don't need to calibrate. It doesn't look like I can calibrate. External Wi-Fi. I don't have that option. I'm just looking at this and then I'll show you guys. I've got something different here for cellular. Oh, they're using a once net cellular SIM card. That's the one that I had showed you guys a few months back that is used in a lot of IoT devices. It's essentially good for like 10 years. It's got a data plan that's good for 10 years on a typical IoT device for a very reasonable cost. External Wi-Fi. Here's the captive Wi-Fi. That's what we're connected to. All right, let's look at everything up to MQTT broker. And let's see. And I'm hoping this shows up. So I've got sample on daytime. I'm going to leave that at the default to 1800 seconds, just like they said. Device location, I'll set a lat long here for my location. External Wi-Fi. Well, that's interesting. I didn't think I had that, but I actually do. I wonder if this will work on Wi-Fi or cellular. I've got Wi-Fi in the barn, so we're going to try to set it for cellular first. And if cellular fails, we'll set it for Wi-Fi and see if that works. Captive Wi-Fi, that's what we're on right now, Dark Sky. Okay, so the APN cellular, that's that IoT once net. Is that, yeah, you guys are able to see that kind of barely. And then I'm getting down to this region. So this is, okay. Where is the cellular? Okay, here, let's see. Cellular version. Here, let me swap over here so you guys can see this. So modem available for cellular version. Credentials to use the SIM card. So we have the APN, that's the IoT once net. That was already preloaded. Empty for no user. Okay, that's good. Empty, we don't need a password. That's good. Region, default Europe. So we're going to change that. All right, so I'm just going to hit, there's a little drop down there. I'm going to hit North America. Radio access technology, LTE-M or NB-IoT. I'm going to, I just heard a DD. I hope that wasn't a turnoff. I'm going to leave it at, it was. Look at that, Wi-Fi disconnected. Okay, I guess I got to move more quickly. So, there we go. So here, North America is the region. What I'll do is I'll put the thing back in, I'll quickly set it, and then I'll try to save it. Now this is cool. Here's the MQTT server. Where in the heck? Oh, okay. So they're using HiveMQ. All right, we'll look at that. HiveMQ is a service, right? It's a company that provides MQTT servers and services for IoT uses. I don't know about you guys, but and it's probably because of me saying MQTT so much. One of these devices has heard me say it, but I get HiveMQ ads in my Instagram and YouTube feed constantly. Uses a standard MQTT port, user dev and password. So those are preset. I'm going to assume those are correct. It's already got a topic loaded, right? There's the dark sky up and a diagnostic topic. If we have any issues with this, this is interesting, right? I could point this at my MQTT server and we can see exactly what it's sending. We might try that at some point. Ooh, what do we got here? So it's got a TLS cert. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's fully formed. So hopefully that's accurate and works. Okay, so then you can submit. All right, so I need to make a couple of changes here. So this thing disconnected. So I guess if it doesn't get any action, it shuts itself off, right? It's preserving battery. I think that's a good thing. Let me see. While I struggle to get that little thing, that read switch back in place, let me bring the chat over and see if I'm missing anything. You guys are quiet tonight. Let's see. This thing looks pretty fresh. Yeah, I think you're right. There's actually at the bottom of the page. Oh, I lost it. There was a build date as well. We'll have to see what that is again. Okay, so I put that thing back in there. Let's shake it. Okay, beep, beep, beep. Now, let me see if I can. It's probably going to take a second. Oh, I'm sure I reconnected to my other. I did. Let me go back in. I've got to get connected to the captive port, the Wi-Fi, so I can get to the captive portal again. Hey, Roger. Okay, there it is, dark sky. Telling me that I don't have internet. Yeah, I know. Okay. And then let me see. Okay, good. So I was just able to do a refresh. I'm going to do this pretty quick here. What did I say I was going to change? Okay, North America, LTE. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that all the same. Here at the bottom, it says the compilation date was 3/23/26. So not that long ago. I guess the one thing I need to do, here, boys. Well, this will be interesting. I've got to get let's see. I've got to get my lat long. Okay, there it is. I don't know how many characters at once. 5. Okay, let me quickly put those in. Okay. Do a double check on that. Okay, looks good. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to submit. Did it take it? I guess it took it. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn it off again. Clear my cache. And then see what the config is that comes up. Actually, I'll just go into a private browsing. Let's see. Hey, Hillbilly. All right. We got the triple beep. Let's go ahead and 192.168.71.1. Oh, crap. I'm going to have to connect to my Wi-Fi again. I forgot that I have it auto-connecting to my home Wi-Fi. Come on, where are you at? That was a triple beep, wasn't it? I thought it was a triple beep. Turn it off. Turn it upside down. Yeah, that was a triple beep. I heard it. Okay, come on. Let's see here. Let me... bring that out a little bit. Okay, there it is, dark sky. Let me come in here, try again. Come on. What's the matter? Does it not want the S? Okay, there we go. Configuration form. Looks good. All right. So, fantastic. Let's try. Get this thing out of the way. Yeah, these little ESP devices are pretty amazing, Tim. No doubt about it. All right, let's see here. So we've got all that configured. I think we just put it outside now. So you can do an over-the-air firmware update. That's cool. We're not going to worry about that. Let's see here. What else? Do we have anything else? Okay, here's how to do some debugging. Oh yeah, so it's got those pin headers. So you hook up a serial to USB, little dongle type thing. Okay, then you can interact with it at a terminal level. That's cool. We might have to play with that at some point. Then here's where you get the firmware. Here's where you get the hardware. Project README. Is there anything out there? Nothing. Change log. Guys, I think we might be ready. I'm going to go. All right. So I'm going to run downstairs. I'm going to put this thing outside and let's see if it can get a wireless signal. I'll be right back. All right, I set it out in the yard. So hopefully that's all that's required. Is there anything in this FAQ? Okay, here we go. There are long periods of time without any data. You may have disabled daytime sampling. Okay. I don't see any data coming in. After the first sample loop, the device is configured to send the generated data and diags before going to sleep. These messages are not received. Try the following. If dark sky Wi-Fi, open the web configurator and check the credentials. If dark side cellular, open the web configurator, check the APN creds. Make sure the SIM card is inserted. Well, I'm assuming it's inserted. I guess we could crack one of these just to make sure. We're going to do that. Because we will feel pretty silly if we're going to feel pretty silly if there's no SIM card in these. I'm pretty sure they have given us everything we need, but what'd Ronald Reagan say? Trust but verify, right? Let's see, can I get this down in there? I need an extension. Lordy, lordy. That's not going to help me. All right, let me try something else. Hold on just a second. I got to grab a different screwdriver. All right, well, daggone it. This is a straight blade. Let's see, are these true? They sure are. Of course, I need Phillips. Where else do I have? This little thing has kind of a collar that gets in the way. Let me see here. Ah, this will work maybe. Maybe. Come on, baby. Let's see, this one will probably work, but I won't. Oof. That's going to get stuck. Let's see. Maybe not. Oh, sweet. All right. We're taking this baby apart. Let me see where we're at in the chat. Hey, Cooley. This thing switches over to top chat sometimes, and I don't get to see everybody there. Let's go back to live chat. Cooley, it was good to see you last week. Got a chance to sit down and hang out with Cooley a little bit. Looks like he's going to bed. All right, I missed you, Cooley. Thanks for hanging out, though, buddy. Hey, Chris. We're doing all right. Chris, we just configured one of these dark sky what do they call them again? The dark sky meter from Libre Space Foundation. We configured one and put it out in the yard. And I made an assumption that, so these are cellular devices. They use a cellular IoT, they run on a cellular IoT network. And I made the assumption that these had the SIM cards in them. And I really do believe that they have the SIM cards in them, but we're going to validate just to make sure. So I'm just pulling the 6 screws in the back of this thing. I tell you, they're tight. When I was talking to George from LSF, he was saying that this is actually V2 of the device. They've made some improvements. Oh yeah, it's got a SIM card in it. So right there is underneath that white bar, you can see there's a SIM card right there. So so they've got it locked and loaded. I guess we might as well take a peek while we got it in here. So we've got a little pillow battery. Let's see, 1500 milliamp hour. Little battery there wrapped up. There we've got our cellular. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's our cellular 824 20 or 2170 megahertz antenna for our cellular network. And then here's where we've got the user button, the reset button, our little buzzer. Here's that pin header we talked about. Then here's our sensor that's coming in, or that's for our solar panel. The sensor is right underneath the board. So that's pretty good. Let's see. You can see the black reed switch. Oh yeah, good call right there. That's a really good call. And I don't know if you guys heard the beep whenever I pulled it out. You know, we've had rain here pretty solid for the last couple of days, and there is no rain. There's no water inside this, so I think they've done a good job. You can see the gasket that they've got that goes around the screws as well as around the case itself. I mean, there's no water in here, and we had some really good downpours. So good job, guys. That's working well. You know, where those little doors are, you know, you can see it's got a hole to let the water run through. And, you know, this little reed switch carrier thingy-mabob, it's wet from being, right? So water came in around that, drained out through here. This was wet, but that's fine. This is well, they did a nice job getting this weatherproof. Let's see. Yeah, Tim, I don't know. I think you have to order them at this point. You know, from like a PCB house until they're ready to start selling them. I'll reach out. I'm gonna drop that switch out of there. I'll reach out to George and see if I can get some further information on where others can get this. I'm going to go ahead and get this thing screwed back together. All right. And then, you know what? I'm going to, while we're sitting here chatting, I'm going to bring up this map because I'd be thrilled to see a little something pop up here. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know how fast the node will show up on the map. But let's talk a little bit about what I'm going to do here after I find the bit. What I'm going to do here in terms of getting these extra 2 devices out to the community. So, you know, in talking with the LSF folks, right, they're trying to grow the network. You know, I think getting some geographic diversity is probably an important aspect. Yeah, I'm going to also keep an eye out there and see if 15 goes to 16. So, you know, I'm going to be in North Texas here. So we kind of got the kind of central portion, south central portion at least, part of the U.S. covered. So, you know, I think it's going to make sense to try to get these pushed out into some different geographies, try to get some, you know, I mean, the network is so sparse right now that, you know, I think any node helps. But the idea, what I'm thinking about is to try to, you know, get something that's more toward the east of the U.S. and then something maybe toward the west of the U.S. or something north, right? Even anywhere north along the border would probably also be okay. But what I've done, you know, again, we're trying to help them grow the network here. And so I'm going to try to select people who, you know, first of all, can make some level of commitment to try to keep the device up and running. You know, hopefully we'll have some people that have a little bit of experience in playing with, you know, you're not going to likely have played with something just like this, but I think anybody who's played around with TinyGS or, you know, has played around with SDRs, you know, just any of these kind of small different devices is going to have enough of an acumen to be able to get these things configured. I mean, we just went through it. It's not like it's difficult. But, you know, again, we want to try to make sure I get these in the hands of somebody who's going to be able to get them deployed and keep them connected. So what I've done is I've created, it's almost silly to call it an RFP, but we're going to call it an RFP. Let's see here. Let me show you what I've done. I'm looking for it. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. So I've created a little survey, and we'll walk through it. I want everyone to kind of understand the purpose of this, why I'm doing it like this, and address any questions that there might be out there. So I created this little survey. It's super simple. There's not a ton to it. But we'll walk through it here so that you guys can see. I need your email address, right? Got to be able to communicate with you. Your username, your YouTube username. I want to be able to connect the person that is going to be working with to their screen name. Now, in many cases, this is pretty simple, right? I know a lot of you guys, and it's not that big of a deal, but I don't know everybody. So I'll need your username, your call sign if you have one. If you don't have a call sign, that's fine. Okay, your Maidenhead grid square. Now, 4 characters is enough. 6 is better if you're comfortable with that, but 4 is enough. City and state. Some grid squares do cross state lines, and so, at this stage, I don't need your address per se, but want to have an idea of where you're located. And then where you think, tell me a little bit about how you could get this deployed so that it would be successful, right? And so really the purpose of this is really just to make people take a couple minutes and think about it, and think about how and where they could deploy this stuff. Again, right? We're trying to help out this network. We're trying to grow this network. Doesn't do me any good to send this out to somebody who doesn't have a good location. And look, I don't, any location is valuable, right? I'm out here on a ranch where I've got less light pollution than if I was in Fort Worth. Both locations are great. I mean, both of them tell us something. So one location, don't be worried if you feel like you've got a lot of light pollution. That's okay. I'm more interested in, do you have a place where you can actually get it deployed, where it can be successful, where it can stay connected, right? So, and you can put as little or as much as you want in these types of answers, right? Again, I'm just trying to get a feel for, where we can put these and where they can be successful, right? For our purposes here, just to walk through this, I'm just going to put something short. And again, some of these questions are really more designed just to make you think a little bit, right? Do you have, right, is this an obstructed area? Do you have good sky visibility, right? What do things look like? This thing is powered via solar. So do you have good sun exposure? Is this a location that will get enough sunlight to keep it running, right? And then, do you have some experience with some of these little things? I think most of you are going to have some experience, certainly enough. Anything in here is fine. I'm just going to put something short and sweet here to keep us moving. And then this is your chance to kind of sell yourself, right? Why is your location the best location, right? Okay. And then, of course we have a few disclaimers here, right? So this is open source hardware. It's experimental stuff, right? This stuff, I'm sending this out to you guys at no cost. There's no warranty on it, right? Any of these things that you don't agree on, it'll just kick you out. If you're going to climb up and put this on your roof, that's on you, right? no personal injury, no network. If you cause interference, property damage, all those things, right? That's all on you. I want folks to be aware that data collected here is, the whole purpose here is this data is open. It's open and available to everybody. So I want everybody to understand that going in. And, here again, just giving people an opportunity to think about some of these things, right? We're trying to get these in the hands of people who can support it for a long-term participation. If at some point, you feel like you can't, can't keep the thing up and running for whatever reason, just let me know. We'll get it back and we'll get it out to somebody else in the community, right? And then, this sounds kind of obvious, but when it gets to the point when we pick somebody, you guys are going to have to send me your address, and some of you guys may laugh at that, but I think many of you know our buddy Ape. Some people just are not comfortable with that, right? So I'm going to have to send this thing to you guys. So I'm going to have your address. And whenever I send something out like that, I got to have your phone number for the carrier as well. So some of these things are obvious, but again, it's just a bump to say, hey, think about these things before you raise your hand and say, I want to participate. And then, the other aspect of this is, hey, this is pretty cool stuff. I'm going to want to bring you on to a stream and talk about your experience with it. Did you have any trouble getting it set up? Maybe send some pictures, maybe send some short video, right? That's all part of the package here. So if this is something that you'd like to do, just be aware that that's part of the gig. Okay. And then boom, sends it off, records your answers. And then I'm going to run this for a couple of weeks, right? I'm going to run this for 2 weeks, I think. We'll talk about it next week on the stream. Hopefully we'll have, let's see, hopefully we'll have something show up on the map. We can talk about it. Maybe we'll dive into this thing a little bit further, kind of like the Tiny GS for several weeks after we all got those deployed. We all kind of talked about it a little bit, reached out, looked at it, saw what it was collecting, those types of things. I'd like to do a similar type of thing with this. And at some point, if we can get these out, we get them all up and they're all successful, I'd love to reach out and see if someone from Libre Space Foundation would like to join us on a stream. It'd be very early morning for those guys, but I think, toward the end of, or the late night hours for us might be a good time to get those guys on the stream and just, talk some more about the program. So, okay. So how do you get signed up? Right. So, you guys should all kind of know the spiel at this point, right? So if you go to Bitsy, community list, right? If you sign up through the community list, now pay attention here. When you sign up to the community list, you get, when you fill this out, it goes to a form that says, hey, we got to verify your email address. It sends you an email. You've got to verify the email address, and then it takes you back and it says, hey, congratulations, you are signed up, right? So it's kind of like a double dare to make sure that you really want to be on the email list. When you sign up and you get to the acknowledgement after the double dare, there's a button on that web page to fill out the form. Okay. Now, for you folks that are already on the community list, just come to the community list page, put your email address in and submit it. It will recognize that you're already on the community list and give you a direct link to the survey, right? So either way, you get there through the community link page. Does that make sense to everybody? And again, unfortunately, right, we're trying to keep these, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on where you are, we're keeping these 2 units in the US. Okay. I'm hoping that maybe if we're successful and we get these out there and it's, who knows, maybe we can get a few more donated to the cause and get, if we can demonstrate we've got a community that's capable of contributing here, maybe they'll send us a few more. I hear you, Eric. So, like I said, we're going to run this for a couple of weeks. I've had a couple of emails back and forth from the Libre Space Foundation folks. If they get a chance to see this, they may have an interest in looking at the list. Once all the signups comes in, we'll see what it looks like. And, I'm just going to, and again, they may have some input, and certainly if they have some preferences, we'll lean toward their preferences, right? This is their program. But outside of, some direct influence there, I'm just going to do the best job I can in terms of trying to find some place to put these. And again, the whole goal is that they're just, that they're successful, right? We want to get them out there so that they start collecting data and these guys can start getting some benefit from it. So Jody has a great question. How are you going to mount it? So what I'm thinking, Jody, is you can once you open up both of these doors, and I'm thinking this is the design. And I don't know if you'll be able to tell. So once you have both of those doors open up, right? Remember how I said there's like some weep holes? Here, maybe it's better if I switch over to this camera here. Right, so when you open these up, there you can kind of see that hole. And you can see it's kind of reinforced. So I think these are more than just weep holes. I think those are actually mounting holes. So I'm thinking just putting some screws, right? 2 screws ought to keep this thing in place. Now, I'm going to be able to find a way to put it on the barn. It's not going to be a big deal for me to, find some way to mount this thing. Certainly I wouldn't want somebody going up on their shingled roof and putting screws into their shingled roof. I don't think it has to be up high. I think the one benefit you get of it being up high is, you're probably eliminating some of the ground light, the light that's around the ground. That's why I'm thinking about putting it up. The other benefit I see from putting it up high is, trying to clear obstacles for the cellular, for the solar cell, not the cellular, but the solar cell, just so that it has a maximum opportunity to recharge that little LifePo. I get the sense, and I don't think it's a LifePo. I think it's a little lithium pack, but I get the sense that this thing doesn't use a lot of power the way it shuts itself down, but it'll be interesting to see. You know what? Let me go back here just real quick. I thought somewhere, and maybe I just forgot. Let's see here. In the payload, let's go to here's the new payload, the version 4 and higher. Yeah, right there's the battery charge. So once this is actually working, right, let's go over here. I'm going to keep looking. I don't see anything there yet. But if we look at the payload on one of these, we should be able to see what the battery level is. What's the latest payload? Yeah, right there. So we'll be able to kind of keep an eye and see how the battery does. That'll be kind of interesting. Let's see here. Blue YubiKey. Yeah, that's I've got a bunch of YubiKeys around here. That's part of my everyday, the YubiKeys. Let's see. I take these are hard to get. I don't see any files for building these either. So Chris, if you go out to the SC Robotics, I had to dig around a little bit for this. So you're not going to find it on the Libre Space Foundation GitLab, but you'll find it on the SC Robotics page. And again, if we go back, you have to go look under Optical Makerspace, right? They've got a number of projects out here. Go to the Optical Makerspace. And then this is the Dark Sky meter. Let's see. Here's the hardware. And then here's a bunch of Gerber files and let's see. Right, so here you got some schematics. Right, it doesn't look too terribly sophisticated here. I mean, but it's got all the Gerber files. I mean, not that you want to go and get 100 of these made up or anything. It's pretty doggone expensive, I think, to get some onesie twosies. Yeah, we could do a bunch of them. If we, I want to talk to the LSF folks and find out what their plans are in terms of making these available. If they're doing that to fund the program, I certainly wouldn't want to infringe on anything that they're doing from that regard. But if they're okay with it and we can get aligned with those guys, we could definitely do that. So I'm curious. I mean, it's good to see some of you guys are showing some interest in this. Yeah, we've got 40 people watching, so I guess there's a little bit of interest there at least. I mean, these are the kind of things I love. I just love diving into these. And, I don't know how deep you guys are interested in going here, but I mean, I'd even be interested in seeing what's going on in the firmware a little bit. I mean, I think there's a lot to be learned by kind of following along with, what these guys are doing here in the project. And so I'm assuming, and I don't know if this is a good assumption or not. Well, first of all, I don't know if you guys remember this. We had the right antenna, right? We had the North American antenna in there. It was the 850, was the low end of the spectrum. I left it at LTE-M. I don't know if that's the right config here, or if the NB-IoT is the right config. So, you know, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the map here. What do I do with the map? I guess that was the map I just had. Right, and see if I show up here. It's still only saying 15 stations, so you know, if I don't see anything by like tomorrow, then maybe I'll try swapping that over to the other configuration. Well, maybe I'll throw it over this MB-IoT. I don't know if you guys have any experience with those. Todd says my roof privileges have been revoked. Let's see. I didn't know they came in different colors. All mine are black. I put my backup key. Oh, yeah. So, Eric, I didn't. Trying to think where I got this. And this is an actual this is from Yubico. It's a legit YubiKey. I can't remember where I've got that. I mean, I've got probably a dozen blue ones around here. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Jody, thanks for hanging out and playing along. Always good to have you on, buddy. Have a great weekend. So, Drop Dead Fred. So these were given to me by the Libre Space Foundation team at Hamvention. They gave me 3 of them, and I'm putting one of them up here in Texas, and then I'm going to be giving 2 of these away, or I guess maybe placing them in the community is a better way to describe that. Again, if you hadn't, looks like somebody had made it through. We had somebody that just went through the process. But if you didn't see, if you sign up for the community list, I guess I should put the whole thing in there. And once you verify your email, you get a link to a little survey where you can tell me a little bit about, you know, how you could deploy this so that it could be successful. I'm going to pick 2 people out of all the submissions, and we're going to send those out so people can play along and you know, kind of get involved with one of these devices. In terms of what the long-term goal, this is a pretty new program, right? So if we go out and we take a look at the map currently, there's only a small number of devices that are showing up on the map. And I think what this means is, you know, there's a small number of people who have added their location information to the configuration. This map says there's 15 stations that are reporting in. So some stations are reporting in, they're just not showing up on the map. But it's a relatively new program. And, you know, I don't think that they necessarily have everything in place yet in terms of either being able to sell these or support the building of these. You can go out to SC Robotics, and I'll put all this information in the description for the stream, but you can go out to SC Robotics and you can find the Gerber files, You can find STL files. You can find the firmware. You can find the code, right? You can find everything you would need to build one of these. But at this point, you know, it's got to be a fairly well-equipped maker to be able to put this together to go, right? You're going to have to send your Gerber files out, or if you have a local house that can get them built for you, you're going to have to print your own case. Now, the other thing, I mean, they do... Oh, well, let's see. It was... let's go back here to the hardware list. So there's all your Gerber files. Here's a PDF that shows you some stuff. Yeah, what's this? You're just going to have to go through the supporting files that they have here to see if, you know, there's enough for you to be able to put this together. In the docs section, right, and we walk through some of these docs, and it looks like there are other docs here as well. We worked through this documentation wiki earlier in the stream. They give you all of the components, not all of the components, but the primary components, and then from the Gerber files. And there's probably some, I would assume there's a there's an equipment list in here somewhere. There's probably a bomb in here somewhere. Maybe if we search, see if there's a bomb or bill of materials. Nope. Let's see here. I'm not well versed in what's included in the Gerber files. Those may have kind of a BOM built into the Gerbers themselves. I think that would make sense. Let's see, these are masks. Let's just see if we can find something that could view those Gerbers. I was just trying to see if there was maybe a PDF that shows the detail there as well. Doesn't look like there is. Okay, what do we got here? It's a drill file. Some of you guys may know, I'm sure some of you are more familiar with Gerber files and what all they include. Hey, Greg. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see, I'm going to list, but here in Fort Worth area, so you're deploying here would be a waste. Yeah, Fred, wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, want to try to get some geographic diversity. PCBWay and JLC PCB have services for doing cases. Okay, Chris says that Gerbers don't typically have a bomb associated with them, so yeah, like I said, you know, I wasn't sure what the response here would be, but looks like we have several folks that have some level of interest, so I'm happy to reach out to George from LSF and see if I can get more information. Well, and maybe the silk screens, Chris, have enough information on them in terms of what the components are. Northeast Maine. Yep, that would be a good one. I mean, certainly, you know, again, it's kind of a bummer that these other stations aren't showing up, right? They say they've got 15 stations, but we can only see a handful of them. I mean, I would love to, we're going to get one here. You're going to get one that shows up right around here. Be great to get one up here somewhere. That must have just done some sort of reset. Be nice to get one over here on the eastern part. Maybe something over here on the western part. Maybe something up here, right? So, like I said, I'm going to run it for a couple of weeks. I'm going to keep advertising it and see what kind of interest we get. I mean, the other thing here is, if we show a lot of interest out of this community, who knows? Maybe they'll be willing to ship out some more devices for folks. But yeah, that is OpenDarkSky. See if there's anything else I missed on the website here. Oh, I did. Where's that at? See here, they're showing. See, they're showing a. I wonder. Right, they're saying 52 stations here. I wonder if that's just mock data or what the dealio is. You know what? Let's see. What the heck? Yeah, I want to go to the Wayback Machine. Oh, I clicked on the wrong link. I don't know how long this website's been out there. Wayback Machine has not archived that URL. Really? Oh, maybe it's... So it feels like this is just really fresh. Here's another reason why it feels really fresh. So down here toward the bottom, so there's an option here to join the network, and I did that, and that takes you out to, it uses Element IO, and so I created an account out here, and I mean, there's, October last year, right? And there's just a few folks here. So, it feels like we're just really early on this. So, another thing, if you guys are interested and you want to stay plugged into what's going on, I would recommend, getting an account out here on Element IO, and you just follow that link, right? I don't know if you guys, I run into this on occasion, right? So they've got a web app, they've got Android, iOS apps, they have a Windows desktop apps. But up until today, there was 7 members, and then I joined. So, hey, Bill, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Hope you have a good long weekend. Oh, it's been out there since the 90s. Interesting. I wonder if that was a different group. Feels like that was likely different. I mean, I'm not sure what you saw out there, Chris, but here, let me Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. Here is, right, this is the service that they're using. Right, this is the one I told you that I get bombarded with their ads. Right, they do a number of different things, but they have, they'll host an MQTT server for you. Right, so this is essentially what I do. I host my own, though. I don't use a service. I just host my own. But these are commercial grade, right? These are, I'm assuming these are high availability, you know, ready for industrial and commercial use. But that's who these guys are using, right? This is the URL. Now let's see here. I landed on the page I was interested in. Yeah, so this gives you an idea what the cost is. Right, so they'll let you dabble a little bit here, 100 connections. Right, so here's one way if you guys wanted to play with your own MQTT server and you didn't want to stand one up or host one, you could play with one a little bit here. And then 34 cents an hour. I shouldn't math on stream. Let's use the calculator. So 34 cents an hour. Ooh, 244 bucks a month. And then 80 cents per million messages, right? This is IoT scale. Oh yeah, look at the SLA, right? You got 99.59 uptime, right? So these are highly available. And if you want 4 nines, right? I mean, 4 nines is ridiculous. You know, you used to hear all this talk about 5 nines and trying to engineer infrastructure for 5 nines. Trying to remember. Gonna Google it because I can't remember. So 4 nines gives you 4 minutes and 23 seconds of downtime a month. Right, so that's within the SLA. When you try to start engineering for 5 nines, that's 26 seconds of downtime is all you're allowed, and then you're violating your SLAs. It's crazy. Yeah, you're right, Chris. That's not much time. It is, right? And the expense that you would have to, the outlay, right? The capital, the expense to go from 4 nines to 5 nines is ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely, Eric. That would be my suggestion as well. Just run Mosquito MQ on a low-powered virtual machine on Linode or, you know, whatever your flavor of cloud service is. Right? I've been on AWS. I've been using AWS since 2012, so that's my preferred flavor, but certainly things like Linode, you can do it on GCP. There's anywhere you can run Linux, you'd be good to go. Yeah, that's super cheap. Super cheap. Let's see here. Yeah, so I just had somebody else fill out the survey. So we got a few people that are interested in. So fill that survey out if it's something you'd like to do. And certainly we'll be chatting about this more for sure. Sure, I mean, everybody wants 100% uptime. It's just not everyone's willing to pay for 100% uptime, right? Not many people are willing to pay for 5 nines, put it that way. You know, utilities and you know, phone carriers, they chase that for years and spent who knows how many millions and billions of dollars chasing that. Let's see. Eric said, I couldn't figure out how to get set up with AWS. Kept wanting me to go into business portals. Huh. Yeah, I mean, they have a, you know, you can sign up. You can open an account. It does require a credit card. For the first year, you get a ton of stuff that's free. And then even beyond the first year, most services have a free tier or have a threshold that is, you know, certainly for the types of things I do, right? Because these are built for scale. These services are built for scale. You know, usually it's like 10,000 of this or 20,000 of that, whatever the this or that is, before they even start charging you. And so, you know, I host several domains in Route 53. I've got a number of different virtual machines in some managed services. My bill every month is like less than $4 for all the stuff I do in there. Oh yeah, there's Chris, there's certainly scenarios where you want to spend that money, certainly. You know, the other side of that is those services cost a lot of money because of that, right? That's just how that stuff works. But so that is that. I don't know if we still have Tim out there or not, but I thought it might be interesting to look at some of this SatNOGS stuff. Yeah, I couldn't believe that they said, hey, here, take this whole station and get it out to your buddy so it gets deployed. So it's kind of cool how they've got the LSF logo there on their bracket. That's kind of cool. This case is awesome. I've got to see who makes this. This is an aluminum case. This thing is heavy. It's got some weight to it. I don't see a name on it. I'm hoping somewhere on it there's a name. But again, they provided everything that you need. Here's an RTSDR. Let's see, we've got a 32 gig SD card. Let's see. V10 card. We've got our cable gland, 4 gig Pi 4. Some mounting hardware, all the stainless steel hardware here for around the case. Let's see what else we got in here. Got some UHF cables. USB extension cables. This has got a little mounting plate in here. This is cool. It's got a built-in, gosh, this case is just freaking awesome. It's got, you know, some of the antenna stuff already built into the case here, right? You can see you got one little, you got an end connector on the outside. You've got the SMA on the inside. You got a little network connection here. That's a nice, let's see if I can, I'm going to do a video on this case and this whole setup. This is really nice. They did a great job putting all this stuff together. I could use some of these cases for some other stuff. I don't want all this stuff to come flying out. But want you guys to be able to see what this, right? So they've got a nice network connection there. These are nice closures. Got your end connector. Got a nice hardware on the back here. Gore. I'll have to look that up. There's a little stud back here. And that looks like it's a like a lot pressure release, right? Well, it's just such a nice case. Some grounding lugs. Here we go. It's got the gasket here as well. How's that go? Yeah, something like that. So this is super nice, right? Get this thing deployed. Add it to the SatNOGS network. That'll be awesome. All right, let me get all the bits and bobs back in here. Let's see here. Lost the chat again. Where are you guys at? Here you are. Yeah, they that table's always busy. It certainly is, Chris. I went by several times too, just to get a window to do an interview. Nice guys. Let's see. Hey, Grouch. Grouch got a gifted membership. Sweet. Hey, Ronnie. Oh, Gore makes the vent alone. Hey, Mark, thanks for hanging around. Mark, we'll be chatting about, we'll be talking Boondock next week. We're going to set that thing up on stream next week. All right, I think that's all the parts and pieces. I want to check out the antenna too. There, you guys can see that. Pretty cool. It's got all the hardware, all the mounting hardware. This thing's ready to go. Ready to rock. Turnstile type antenna. I bet you that thing would work great for tiny GS too. Yeah, Grouch. You'll have to. Yep. Ron eats turnstile. You have to roll it back. We talked about a couple of the devices that I picked up at Hamvention for a couple of different services. One's a brand new service that uses this device here. It's called OpenDarkSky. It's for measuring light pollution. So they hooked me up with a few of these here. So I'm going to send some of these out into the community. They sent a SatNOGS satellite receiving station. That's just what we were looking at right there. That I'm going to send out to Guam to get out to Tim. And I mean, that's a full station. They sent everything that they everything that you need to get that thing deployed and on the air. So we talk about that a little bit. I'm going to do some videos on that before I send it out to Tim. And then the other thing I picked up was one of the Boondock devices. I keep forgetting it's the Boondock Tango. So it's a small device. It's probably 4 inches square by 3/4 of an inch. And we're going to configure that next week, get it set up. And I'm going to try to use it to transcribe my satellite passes. So it will do voice to text processing. And so I'm hoping it can pick out call signs and grid squares from a busy, noisy satellite pass. And we're going to see how it goes. We're going to give it a try. They're a really cool little device. Mark's done a great job putting those things together. But we're going to give that a try. I've got some other ideas too. If that doesn't work out, I want to try to find a way to weave it into some satellite operation, some mobile satellite operation. But if that doesn't work out, or if it, the whole idea is to kind of make things easier. If it doesn't make things easier, then we'll find another way to use it. Oh, nice, Ronnie. I'm curious how you've been using the Echo. Let me see here. looks like the Twitch stream is still running. Let me see if it pulls up. I'm not that I'm expecting a lot of Twitch viewers, but I'm curious if we do pick up some viewers over on the Twitch side. Oh, looks like we've had one. So you got to start somewhere. Let's see here. Grout says, watching on the TV, the chat is over your face. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm seeing my keyboard. You might be seeing something different, though. I'm not sure. Let's see here. I'm curious. I'm going to pull up. Let's see. It says 16 stations. Hold on. Hold it. Yes! Oh, yeah. Check it out. Check it out, gang. Check it out. Booyah! Device reporting. All right. Now, I just threw it out in the yard for now. I've got a few motion sensor lights out there, so it'll be interesting if it picks those kinds of things up. You know, whenever, well, down on the barn where I'm going to put it, it'll be really dark down there. We'll have to see if we can find a table that tells us, right? I don't know. What is 17.5? Is that good? Is that bad? Is that dark? Is that light? I don't know. Now, what's global calibration? I don't know what any of that stuff is. Oh, come on. It always kind of, whenever it kind of resets, it always goes back to Spain there. I'm curious to see how my battery is. Oh yeah, 4.1. I don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can go out to the site and pull that up, certainly. But she's working. We have expanded the network already. Look at that. Right there we are. Texas is in the house. So I guess we made the right choices. I've got to document those things. I'll put all that into a little article and throw it up on Buy Me a Coffee so we can have some of that stuff documented. All right, let's see. Yeah, so let's see. I'm catching up here. Eric, are you talking about the SatNOGS stations? I think they had a handful of those that they gave out to just a few people during Hamvention. And I heard somebody ask them if they sell them, and it sounds like they're planning to do that. I'm going to have to, I'll reach out to Freddie and get some more detail there. Let's see. Let's see. Ronnie says, I have not yet, but the idea for SatQ recording in my head. Yeah, go for it, Ronnie. Get after it. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, send me a picture. Grouch, that'll be good. Let's see. Success, same for me. 25% of the right is in the chat. Huh. Let me see what, let's see if Grouch sent me something here. Okay, so where is that chat coming from? So that must be, okay. That is a setting on your TV. I had played around. So the TV app has an option to turn on chat. That's something you have turned on your TV, Grouch. Kyle, good to see you out there. Let's see. Kyle, we're talking about OpenDarkSky tonight. So this is a program that's measuring light pollution. And so you got these little devices right here. The folks at Libre Space Foundation gave me 3 of these devices at Hamvention. We configured one and deployed it tonight on stream, and we're now showing up on the map. And then I've got these 2 additional devices that I'm going to send out to the community. So I put together a little survey for people that want to fill out the survey. If they just go out to my community list, and I'll add this out there in case we have some folks that have just joined late. If you go to the community list and sign up, make sure you go clear through and validate or verify your email address. When you do, you'll be presented with a link that will let you fill out a survey if you're interested in receiving one of these to deploy at your location. I've got 2 of them, so I'm going to take surveys for a couple of weeks, and then we'll pick out a couple of people to send these devices to, and then they can play along on the network here. So it's really a pretty new program. There are only 16 stations currently reporting data. You can see some of them here are in Spain, or I guess this isn't actually Spain. Portugal. Yeah. Is that Portugal? Is it? Boy, that's right on the line. Portugal and Galicia. I don't even know what that is. What the heck is that? I don't even know what that is. That's my American education for you. But there I am right there. Boom. I am reporting data to the network. So we're going to try to get a couple of more stations here in the U.S. And yeah, we'll see where this thing goes. Yeah, the SatNOGS station. Let me follow up on that, Eric. Like I said, I believe they are considering selling those. I would buy one too, just because all the materials that they pull together for that are top notch. That case is fantastic. They're doing it right. All the external um, coax connectors are N connectors. If they're sourcing those in quantity, they're likely gonna be the best option for folks like us to try to get our hands on some of that really high quality stuff. Yeah, thanks, Todd. And Grouch, I don't know if you figured that out. Let's see. Yeah, with the chat off, it's not blocking you. Okay. Yeah, I remember that just vaguely. Is that a Roku TV, Grouch? I remember just one time I turned it on and boom, all the chat was flowing on the left or the right hand side, and I had to turn it off. So let's see here. Yeah, thanks for calling it out though. Appreciate it. Oh, PS5 YouTube app. It does the same thing in the Roku app. You can turn that on the Roku app as well. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Ronnie. So you're thinking about getting the Echo next to the Sat box there. Yeah, well, that's one thing I really like about that Tango. Like I said, it's like 4 inches square. It's a nice small device, perfect for kind of a remote use case. It's pretty cool. There we go, baby. We'll get our success right out there. Let's see. So Bricker had a question here. Sorry, Chris, I missed it. I got a question. I was looking for attenuators for my radio so I can step the 25 watts down to 15. So it's probably well, let's put it this way. Almost anything's going to be a little bit of a hassle. Do I still have them out? I may have put them away. I'm going to see if I can put my hands on them real quick. I bought that package of SMA attenuators, and those things have worked great. The problem is they're SMA, so you're going to have to neck down to that. You know what? Let's hold on a second. Let me see if I still have that. Well, let's check here. All right, I think I have them in my, I think I got them, I think I have them in my Amazon store. I think they're in the Tiny GS project. Oh, maybe they're not. Hold on a second. Who made those? Those were... Oh, come on. Hold on. I think they were they made by Newelec? All right, there's the DC block. They were made by Newelec. Hold on, I think I've got them here in the store. Right here. They're not cheap either, right? But you're getting 20 dB, 10 dB, 6 dB, 3, 2, and 1, right? You're getting all of those. The only hassle there, I don't know what coax you're using, but I've had really good luck with these. And yes, you can, if you need to step it down, you can run these in series, right? You can put the 10 and the 20 together and get 30 dB of attenuation. Yeah, 2 watts, you're right. Let's see. It's rated for 25. Is this with your Yaesu 150, Chris? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that he was running 25 watts. I'm trying to think where else I've seen attenuators. I can't think right now. Yeah. The 310. Got it. I think, Eric, I think he's got the Arrow antenna with the built-in 10 watt diplexer. So I think he's worried about pushing 25 watts. If he forgets and leaves his radio at 25 watts, he'll junk that diplexer in the Arrow. I think that's what he's talking about, because I know he picked up the Arrow antenna at Hamvention. I mean, there's got to be... Gosh, I'm trying to think where I had... What other attenuator? Yeah, you can certainly replace the Arrow diplexer. Things just start to get bulky a little bit, depending on how you're trying to operate it. Which diplexer do you use, Eric? Do you use like one of the Comets or... Right, some of those are, I mean, they're pretty chunky, right? They're a pretty chunky piece of kit. If you're trying to stay small. Yeah, I'll have to think on that. If something comes to mind, Chris, I'll hit you up. I'll let you know. All right, let's see what else I've got to share. Anything else from Hamvention wise? Oh, I don't know if Tim's still in. Tim, this is the new AMSAT shirt. So it's a Space Radio Adventure. It has, I don't know if you guys can see that real well. It's got a gal with a ponytail and a Yagi. They debuted this at Hamvention. I got a lot of t-shirts this year. I got a field day t-shirt. I got an ARDC t-shirt. I got this t-shirt. I got a Hamvention t-shirt. I got a Gilbert Guns sweatshirt. Yeah, that's, if it's a dedicated satellite radio, that's the thing to do. Just leave it at 5 watts. Yeah, there you go. I think I've got that same Comet diplexer as well. I mean, but that thing is chunky, right? It's a chunk. It's got a little bit of weight to it. It's certainly made to be mounted somewhere, but it does the job. It'll work. You don't have to worry about it. You're not gonna harm it, certainly. Let's see, what else did I pick up? Oh, I forgot to bring that up. Where do I have that? It's downstairs. Drat. So I've got, I don't have any of my stickers or anything here. Let's see. Maybe I'll save that for next week. I'll save it for next week and talk about that toward the beginning of the show when we got a bigger audience. But I picked up some other, some odds and ends. I've got a new choke for an HF choke. And that's a new product. That's what I wanted to show you guys. I'll show you that next week. I'm trying to think what else I got. What else did I pick up? I really didn't. I wasn't planning on picking much up, and I didn't pick up too much until I hit the Libre Space Foundation table. Then they loaded me up. A couple other just odds and ends. Oh, I got a pound of Carlos coffee. So I'm restocked on coffee, so that's a good thing. Let's see. Are you sending that other thing to Tim too? What's the other thing? Am I sending that other thing? Am I forgetting something, Chris? Let's see. What else did I get? Oh, I got a bunch of stickers. Everybody had stickers this year. And this was kind of the year of AI stickers too. Eric hates the elk. He hates the elk. I love the elk. We love and hate them for different reasons. Let's see here. I'm curious. Yeah, that thing always resets itself to Spain. All right, so let's see. See, I've got kind of a light colored, I'm guessing it took that reading. If I'm reading this right, light level raw counts. Well, let's look at, it's got me as light blue. 1748. So I'm guessing it took that reading. Well, let's see how many. $10.30. Oh, I bet you that thing was taking readings in here. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Because see how the temperature dropped? Yeah, that thing is, what time is it now? I ran that out there maybe 45 minutes ago, maybe. So, yeah, so it was, I'm surprised. I wasn't sure if it would be if the cellular was making contact in the house here or not, but it looks like it was. And so you can drop this into a CSV Oh, that's cool. For being a kind of young program, I think they've done a really nice job. Okay, what's this? Oh, this is where you can report. Okay, that's cool. Let's see here. Let me go back here just to show you guys what I stumbled upon. Cancel. So toward the top here, let me. So up here they have a button called Report Sky. And you guys can't see it, but I've got a little pop-up here wanting to use my location. So it can grab my location, and then this is where I can make a report, an observation report. And so let's see what these different levels are. Limiting magnitude 6, rural, Milky Way visible. Pristine dark site. Oh, this is number 5 is suburban rural, suburban, bright suburban, inner city sky, severe light pollution. Interesting. So that's how you can make a manual, submit a manual report. Let's see, register station. Register a station. So hardware ID. Okay. So let's see. So I need to know my hardware ID. And I know that. Right, I think I can get my hardware ID here from the payload. Can I? Oh, right here's my hardware ID. Let's see here. Display label. Athens Acropolis. That's cool. I don't have anything quite so fancy. But I can go Springtown, Texas. I'll enter these manually because I know where I'm going to put it. And put it down by the barn. So I want to put it, I think the barn's my best spot. I mean, I could put it. Oh, I could put it. I might put it way back on the back side of my property. There's nothing back there but cows. Cows on one side of the fence, goats on the other side of the fence. But let me think where I could put it. I don't want to just lay it on the ground. Yeah, probably putting it on the barn. It's probably the best bet. Oh, I could put it back on my deer stand. That's where I'll put it. Yeah, I think I'll put it back on the deer stand. All right, let's see here. Dennis, yeah, it's not available yet. I'm going to talk with the LSF folks and see what their plans are so I can pass that on. I'm excited that we have that much interest here. I think that's great. I think they'll be excited by that as well. Let's see here. Yeah, and I'll see. I'll certainly pass that along next week. Eric, I don't have any problem hearing the bird from horizon to horizon. I don't know. Maybe you got a bad elk. Let's see here. Yeah, deer stand, those are fun. Yeah, we have one pasture we call the killing field. And I plant certain times of the year I plant food for deer. Other times of the year I plant food for turkeys. Other times I plant food for doves. And it's right next to a tank, so the doves especially love it. But yeah, it's called the killing field. That's also where I will throw out, gosh, I don't know. Around here, we have this, and I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys have something similar. Around here, we have this apple flavored or berry. Berry actually works the best. Berry flavored field corn, and the pigs just go wild after this stuff. And so I need to get some, because when I was taking Telford out for a walk this morning, I could see where we got some pigs encroaching, and usually they stay until you scatter them. So I've got to get some of that berry corn and get them baited over to the killing field so I can scatter them. Once you scatter them, they tend to stay away for a few months. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to use for the location. I'm going to think on that just a little bit more, but I feel like that's probably my best bet. Are there wild pigs often? Yeah, I mean, several times a year we'll have pigs come through. And I use 300 blackout is what I use for pigs, because I run suppressed, and those slower rounds are more quiet, especially because I'm hunting them at night. So try not to make too much of a racket in the wee hours. Yeah, so I've got a thermal on my pig gun. So I set up game cams, and game cams that have SIM cards in them. And so I get an alert on my phone whenever the pigs show up. And so then I can creep out and scatter them. Usually works pretty good. I do have some pretty good footage. I've got all kinds of footage too. I've got footage from helicopter hunts. I've got footage from NOS hunts as well. So not just thermals, but some of the other stuff too. That's all pretty fun stuff. So I'm curious, did that reset? That couldn't have. We'll see. Felt like it reset the zoom. All right, let's see. What else do you guys want to chat about? I mean, I think it would be fun. Would you guys be interested in I've got a serial to USB device. Would you guys be interested in hooking one of those up and seeing the raw data come streaming over that serial port, or is that maybe a little too geeky? It'd be interesting to see, what I'd really like to do, and this is just configuration. We could certainly do this. We might do this on a subsequent. I think it would be fun to, in the configuration, you can point this, right? You have to give it the MQTT configuration. So I'd like to point it at my personal MQTT and capture the messages there. And then we could view those messages as they're getting passed to my server. So that'd be super easy to do, right? You don't even have to crack the case for that. You just change the configuration. I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, let me make a couple notes here then. So we want to hook up a serial port. And then we'll also try redirecting to a personal MQTT. It'd be kind of cool to update the firmware so that you could send it to multiple MQTT servers, right? That'd be kind of cool. So you could send all the traffic to the OpenDarkSky project, and then also send it to yourself. What's the resolution for the sensor? You mean for the thermal? What's the resolution for the sensor? I'm guessing you're talking the thermal. Let me see, what is it? Let's see. It's 1024 by 768. Oh, for the dark sky thing. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what the... Okay, let's go to the introduction. So here's the I guess you're thinking of the light intensity. We tried to go to that before. Let's try. Let's see. Technical details. So wide dynamic range, 188 micro lux sensitivity, up to 88,000 lux. Is that what you were looking for, Chris? Oh yeah, it's doing a, okay, I see what you're saying here. Let's go back. Yeah, it's a lux sensor. And then if you take a look at the measurement, actually, if we take a look at the flow chart, right? So it takes 20 samples at minimum gain. It takes 20 samples at max gain. And then it obtains the mean. And then obtain mean and corrected sample standard deviation using standard deviation. So that's what it do. We could probably see that in the code as well. Let's see. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. Where might this be? I don't know much about Rust. Oh, let's see. Sampling. So what's it doing here? So sets the gain. Let's see, integration time parameter for API. Only gain can be changed after initialization. Gain. Okay. But where are we doing the sampling? Feels like something's missing here. I'd like to see how these MQTT interactions are coded in Rust. It's pretty easy to read. I mean, pretty human readable. I've never really looked at Rust. Anybody out there a Rust developer? Might be like a low-res camera. Oh, no. Yeah. No, I think I might tinker around with it. I'd like to be able to send the results to multiple MQTT station or endpoints. I think that'd be cool. I don't really know how any of this network, the cellular network stuff works either. So this would be interesting to get a feel for. It's cool. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. But I'm impressed with how easy to read it is. So here's reading the sensor data. Just serialize it just like you would anything else. Makes sense. Oh, there's Unix epoch. A little web server. Kind of cool. Let's see, over the air. This must be the over the air updater. Yeah. Let's see. Sampling. Math. Yep. Calculate the mean value of the first, second, and third elements of a vector of tuples. All elements are float. Calculate standard deviation 2F32. Calculate standard deviation 3F32. Cool stuff. Yeah, it's just I2C. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Like I said, they did a really great job with the case. I'm impressed with the case and how well it worked. Like I said, I had this sucker outside, and it poured and poured and poured. I actually lost another tree last night. I'm going to tighten this up. It got up this morning, and I'm sure the tornado a couple of weeks ago loosened things up, but yeah, I couldn't believe it. I got up, and one of the trees in our backyard was laying over another section of barbed wire. So, tell you, we lost so many big trees. It's just sickening. I hadn't fully tightened this this case down. All right, let's see. What else do you guys want to talk about here? Let's see. Someone had asked about, oh, it was Pepe. He asked about the satellite pass that I had done at the Troll Pub. Michael, Getting Out in Life, had recorded it. He sent it to me. So I'm going to do a little narration over it and get that posted out. I don't have a lot of videos I'm going to post from Hamvention. I put one out for SatNOGS. I put one out for the guys over at Carlson Roof Tower. They have a pretty neat new product called the Carlson Tower Lift. So I did a quick little video on that. I'll do maybe a little compilation of just kind of silly stuff from the week. But doesn't seem like most of those videos get a lot of views. So I think either a lot of people were there and they kind of saw things themselves firsthand, or they're just ready to move on to some other things. So let's see, Brooks. Oh, you ran out so fast, I wasn't ready. Well, I couldn't mess around. I was we were waiting and waiting and waiting for the check there for dinner, and time was a ticking. I'm sorry you missed that, Chris. I was afraid I was going to miss the pass altogether. But it was a good pass. It was I did it from the parking lot, and it was kind of a cool pass in that it was an ISS pass, and the pass went right over the bar itself. So for any of you that have been there to the Troll Pub, there's a great big tower that has a troll climbing on the tower, and kind of the high point of the pass was actually right about at that tower. So it was kind of an interesting pass. I wish Michael would have been kind of right behind me and kind of caught that angle kind of the satellite going over the top of that little tower thing there, but that's okay. It actually turned out pretty decent. So I'll narrate some notes onto it and add some commentary and just put it out there for folks who want to watch that. But outside of that, I'm trying to think what else I filmed that might be. I had hoped to film a couple of the forums, but between getting hung up in some of the other booths and the inopportune rain, there really weren't a lot of. I think I did 3 satellite passes. There weren't, the rain really came in at inopportune times, so that wasn't great. Um, and I didn't do a lot of filming at like 4 days in May. I just kind of go to hang out more than anything. But I've got a bunch of just random clips, so I think I may throw those together for anybody that's interested. We'll see. I've got just a ton of stuff to do. Outside of that, I do want to do a video on how the Elecro M6 performed as a mesh core room server. I ran that as a mesh core room server all weekend. It did well, no problems, no issues. But I'll do a little review on that. I think that's a great device for the price. If you need a kind of a portable solar node, that's how I'm going to use it. I think it's a good replacement for oh goodness, the name escapes me now. I had another solar node that I really liked that you can't get your hands on anymore. But this is a nice replacement for that. It ran all weekend, didn't have any trouble keeping up from a battery perspective. The weather was, it wasn't like we had sun the whole time either, so it did really well. Let's see, did you change from the non-FCC compliant default mesh core settings? No, Eric, I am running rogue. I'm running the standard mesh core settings. That's what everyone was kind of running. So, as soon as you start to change that, then you can't communicate with anybody. But yeah, so I'm running rogue there on the mesh core side. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's a good point there, Chris, that all the forums were already being recorded, so it didn't make sense to do anything there. The AMSAT booth was pretty busy all weekend. Did you guys see the attendance was announced? I think it was almost 38,000, just shy of 38,000. Let me take a look here, make sure I get that right. I think it was just shy of 38,000. Yeah, 37,924 attending. So, great to see, that continue to grow. I believe that's a new record. I think it is. Let's take a look. What is the record attention? Yeah, so in 25 it was 36,814. So that was by a wide margin then. So that's fantastic, right? It's nice. So that's interesting. So it's almost 1,000, nearly 1,000 increase each year. So that's great to see. Ham radio's dead, didn't you hear? Ham radio is dead. Let's see. Yeah, I think aren't the default settings in Meshtastic also in violation? If I recall, it's not just Mesh Core, but I believe the default settings for Meshtastic are also in violation. So I went into the Yaesu booth area twice, and yeah, I am. Well, let me finish on the Yaesu piece. So first of all, I talked with Jim Carlson a little bit about the struggle. He believes that he recalls putting together a kit for another customer not that long ago. So he's going to take a look and see if he's got the resources that he used to put one of those kits together. So that may be how I solved the problem. I went into the Yaesu booth a couple of times, and I don't think that John Kruk is very fond of me right now. I think he's just I think I've irritated him a little bit. Yeah, that would be stellar. I mean, Jim's got a vested interest in solving that problem, right? Because other people are gonna want to buy his tower and do what I'm doing, and so he's motivated to help find a solution there. But yeah, I couldn't get John's attention this past weekend. I tell you what, I was super thrilled to get my hands on the 5200, the ICOM 5200. They actually had it out. It wasn't under glass. You could play with it. You could touch it. You could push buttons. It was, it did all the things. It was operational. And it was super exciting to learn that they are, let me see, I cornered John, spoke. He seems like, well, that would be great, Chris. I'd love for that to be the case. I might just shoot him a note. Look, John is crazy busy at these shows. Everybody wants to talk to John, right? Just like everybody wants to talk to Ray at ICOM. So, I certainly recognize that, and I'm not going to try to push to get in front of him when I know he's super busy too. But that's good to hear, Chris. I'll just have to reach out to him and see if I can talk with him on the phone or something. That's probably a better way to try to deal with it. But back to that 5200. I mean, that is a sweet radio. And I love that they're going to support true APRS. And I love that it's going to have a Bluetooth KISS TNC. That's going to be a fantastic radio. It really, really is. I took a bunch of pictures of that as well. I'm trying to see. I may have took them with my DJI, but I took a bunch of pictures of kind of all sides of that, both the head and the body. I mean, there's a couple small annoyances. The mic connects to the body, so that's kind of an annoyance. But in my mind, those are things I can easily live with all the other benefits you get from that radio. They also announced that they are providing a a mount for the head unit. And it sounds like it's a dual purpose mount, so you'll be able to use it to mount it on, some sort of Lido or some other manufacturer remote head type scenario, but it'll also mount to the body. So I'm excited for that. Meshtastic is legal with short turbo. Yeah, I think it's the long fast, right, that's got the problem. Is that where it's got the problem, Eric? I remember whenever I had Stavros on, we were talking a little bit about that, and the default settings for Meshtastic were also not compliant. This 310 is supposedly really good at APRS. Still need to set that up. All except short turbo and long turbo. Gotcha. Yeah, so that was great to see. I mean, it just was completely unacceptable that the Kenwood 750 is still under glass. It's like, give me a break. I mean, that thing's already been FCC certified. I have no idea why. Of course, they wouldn't talk about it on camera, but the kind of the off-camera talk was there's still some issues in the firmware, and Kenwood didn't want the thing essentially doing a blue screen at the event and having a bunch of people take a picture of it. But I guess they didn't want the bad press, but in my mind, they get more bad press from keeping the thing under glass. It was interesting. That's a video that I will do. Just kind of my field report of mesh networking. I was following it, pretty closely all weekend. Just looking at some of my screenshots here. I'm curious to do some more analysis of it, but there was probably 200 more users on the standard firmware than the event firmware by the end of the show, which I thought was interesting. Here, let me see. Where's that at? Trying to find where. And, of course, Meshtastic was far outpacing MeshCore. Oh, let me see. Okay, so. Oh, wait. Yeah, so I collected about 436 nodes on the event firmware. I'm not sure how, Chris, you did, or if anybody else is in the chat hanging out, if they did any better or worse. But let me see. That was, and I collected about 600 nodes on the standard firmware. Is that right? I think that's right. Well, you know what? I still have, let me look. Yeah, so 437 nodes is what I collected on the event firmware. I got to get into my secure folder. And on the Meshtastic side, 743. So considerably more people were running the standard firmware over the event firmware, which I thought was pretty interesting. Now, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to I take all those public messages and throw them into a database. So it's going to be interesting to see which had more chatter. Yeah, there was many more people on the standard firmware still. So, I think in events past, it had been kind of 50-50 where we were seeing event versus standard. But this time, standards way outpaced. It'll be interesting to see. The hard thing to tell is, are messages getting through? Some of that type of thing. Let me see what I'm curious what my yeah, so this thing was the channel utilization and the airtime utilization were definitely maxed out at times. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. I'll put all this stuff in the video. Let's see if I can get that close enough. It's probably hard to see, but you can tell, the purple being the channel utilization, right? And then the green is the air utilization. So maxing out at times, where on the event firmware, let's see here. Oh, I don't have that node near me. Let's see, is it going to give me? That's the difference, right? Is let me see if I grabbed a screenshot of it already. The channel utilization and the air utilization are not nearly as bad on the event firmware. Now, this is from a little bit earlier in the event, but you can see so the air utilization in this is blue, and then the channel utilization is purple. It's hardly anything. So that was just a screenshot I took earlier. Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. I think the overlanding crowd should definitely be embracing this. I agree completely. Yeah, they do short turbo on all the event firmwares, and I think for that channel utilization, that's I've got to believe that when you're seeing that kind of channel utilization, right, that purple, I've got to believe that you're losing messages. Let me get back to that was a screenshot. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you have got to be losing messages. Gotta be. That green is actually, that green's actually battery. The air utilization was the blue. But that purple being the channel utilization. Right, that's stacking up. Let's see, what is that? That's 64% channel utilization. I would not be surprised if you're not losing, 64.8, 64, 60, 60.5, 61, 68. Yeah, you've got to be losing some messages, I would guess. Let's see. Did you see Mesh Dave's SDR? I did. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. We were gonna do a little video on that, but it was hard to get. I mean, Dave was slammed, right? I mean, he was working his tail off. Boy, we're starting to get some rain, so hopefully my my wireless internet holds out here. But yeah, that was really cool, Chris. I thought that was pretty cool. Let's see. Can you do a QR code for an event that people can scan before to make sure they are synced up correctly? Yep. Yeah. I had actually, I didn't do a QR code. I did who did I do that for? I thought I pushed that out somewhere. I'm pretty sure I did. But I created a URL. It's essentially what the QR code is representing. I pushed out a URL that allowed folks to, and I did this for the low mesh crowd, but anybody could have used it. If you didn't want to flash your device, you could just paste in that URL and it would add all the channels to your existing channel list. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. I think I did give it to Paul. I sent it to Paul. I sent it to Matt. I sent it to a few people. And that works pretty slick. So, I think that's probably the way to do it. But I've got to work on that video this weekend, finish things up, and then I'm gonna clean up my configuration, because I have that one low mesh device still on the short turbo. Good for you, Tim. Nice work. Nice work. Yeah, oh my gosh, I've got so much stuff to do this long weekend. I'm glad it's a long weekend. I've got a bunch of grass to mow because it's been raining here. It's been, you'd swear I was in Guam. We've got so much rain. It's like a tropical type, situation here. We got all this rain. It's so freaking humid and stuff's growing like crazy. So I've got a bunch of mowing to do. I've got to cut up some more trees. I've got to cut up that tree that fell last night. I got to take care of that. Oh goodness, I got some videos to do. I'm glad it's 3-day weekend. Yeah, well there you go, Tim. Glad we could Glad we could make that work out for you. Hey, we still got 26 people. We had 30 just a few minutes ago, so we might be starting to lose some folks. This is kind of the time we start to pick up some West Coasters, though. I don't know. We have anybody that's popping in from the West Coast? This tends to be when we start to pick those folks up. I think we lost Kyle a long time ago. I know he popped in for a little bit. I'm just scrolling back in the chat to see when we last had Kyle. Let's see. Popping into the stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be, whenever I've got all this work stuff to do, I do sound similar to what you were doing today, Tim, as I pop in on my, YouTube premium person. So I, turn up the volume on the phone, stick it in my pocket, and just kind of listen to all the streams that are going on while I'm doing my thing. So, the downside of that is I'm not always able to participate in the chat, but I'm always listening. You guys will have to tell me if my video starts to waver here. It's a lot of times when the rains come in. Trying to see here what my stream health looks like. It says it's healthy right now, so we'll keep an eye on it. Things start to degrade, we'll shut her down. Let's see. We have 26 people out there. Let's hear from some of you folks. What do you guys got going on this weekend? Tim, you'll have to let me know. How was using that app or that URL to join the stream? It seems like you were able to pop in there without too much trouble. Oh, nice. West Design. Thinking about going to play some POTA. Nice. West Design. Whereabouts are you? What time you looking to get out tomorrow? Oh, good. Glad it worked out okay. POTA Sunday. Boy, I would like to get out myself. It's been a little while since I went out and got a POTA in. With the weekend, with the long weekend, it's always a good time to try to get out. We've got Bill, Ham Radio Tectonics up here in North Texas with us for a little bit too. I'm going to have to reach out and see if he wants to go do some POTA. Does POTA satellite count? Absolutely. If you go back a little ways, Chris, here, let me find it. Let me find it. Let's see here. Let's see, where's it at? Right here, satellite POTA. So I had a day at a local park where I had 6 passes all within about 2 hours. And so I went out and I worked all 6 passes. I think I had activated the park in 2 passes, but I went ahead and worked 6 passes. So you can check that out. I also turned that into a short. So the TLDR version. Let's see. Let's find the TLDR version. It's back here somewhere. That was a couple years ago. Let's see. Goodness, right here, satellite POTA. That's the one. Well, what'd I do? Did I click on the wrong doggone thing? Oh, you gotta be kidding me here. Well, you can find it. I showed you where it's at. It's, but yeah, it definitely, there you go. Here's the TLDR version. Yeah, you don't call CQ POTA. You just operate like you normally would, and then you just submit it as with any of your other POTA contacts. Yeah, I think I had, I don't know. I think maybe I had, oh, I don't know. I had 7, 8, or 9 on the first pass. I don't recall. Like I said, it's been a while. It was 2 years ago. Makes me wonder, though. Let's see. I am curious. All right, let's see here. So, okay, the first pass was a Tevel 3 pass. So there's 1 call. 2 call. 3 call. Oh, maybe it was only 3. Maybe it was this SO50. I know one of them, I stacked them up. I just know I didn't have any trouble. Let's see, maybe I have it toward the end where I have all the call signs.
My passes on hams.at, so it's a great tool.
Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Let's see.
I'm heading back to the QTH, gonna get some lunch. All right, folks, hope you enjoyed this.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
And
7 on the first pass.
if
1, 2, 3, 4 on the next.
you do, please
1,
leave
2,
some
3,
comments,
4,
let me
5,
know
6. And then 1, 2, 3,
you
4.
enjoy this type of content.
1, 2, 3.
I'd be
1,
happy
2,
to
3,
make more.
4. Boy, I need to I should redo. Oh, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna redo that video with the AI audio in DaVinci Resolve and see if it cleans up all that wind noise. I could repost that. But yeah, it's pretty cool to do satellite POTA, especially if you've got, I mean, I couldn't believe I had that many passes within a relatively short period of time. That was pretty fun. All right, let's see. Hey, Ronnie, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Have a great long weekend. Let's see. West Design just work Balearic Island on 20 meters CW. Wow. Pays to burn the midnight oil. Hey, yeah, congrats. Very cool. Very, very cool. Let me get back here and check. I can't believe the stream is holding on with as much rain as we have out there. Let's see. Let's see, what else have I got for you guys? Let me take a look here. Let me see. I might do a little video on the 5200. I've got a little bit of footage on that. I feel like a lot of that's already been done, though. Got a new bag. It's not horrible, but it'll work better. Good. Congrats. Yeah, I'll be curious to see. You're going to have to post a pic of that. Let's see here. See, I'm looking for a video clip here to share with you guys. Just don't know that I'll be able to get my hands put on it or not. Where is it? Okay. I thought I did it in landscape, horizontal. Let's see. I might not, though. I must not have. Okay, let's see. Oh, maybe I switched. That may be the issue. Oh, no, I didn't. I did it as... Okay, so I'll do this. I'll chop this up maybe into some shorts. Let's see. Trying to find, I have some footage of the 5200 that I was going to show you guys. It's kind of like all directions or all aspects of the, I can't put my hands on it now, so I wonder if I did it. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see, a little bit of finagling, and it should work just fine. Let's see, gonna try to do a video this weekend. Good. Yeah, good, good. I want to see what bag you came up with. Let me see if I've got it here. Oh, I've got to do a garbage run tomorrow too. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I just did some pictures here. Okay, let's see. I'll have to put these together. But this is the body. This is kind of the connections. And you know what? It might be better if I switch this over here. This will be a little preview for you guys. And let's see. It's a picture of a picture. So you've got a SD card slot here, a USB-C here. This here, what does this say? This is for the controller. That's for the control head. And then this here is your mic port, right? So you got your micro SD. And then here's the back of it. You got your antenna port, right? You've got a SP1, SP2, just like many of their mobiles. And then you have a data port. Then let's see what else I've got here. So get a sense for the size of it, holding it in my hand. It's a nice size. It's, you know, it's really thin too. These buttons at the bottom are kind of, they're kind of like a membrane. I don't know if that comes through or not. But the screen on it is great. Might come through a little better on that. I know it's kind of grainy looking because I'm zoomed in so far. But let's see. Yeah, it's not helping. Oh, let's see. I think I've got, I have a picture of the back of it too. Oh yeah. And then here's your mounting options on the back. So this, I believe, is a quarter 20, and I think there's there's quarter 20 there. I forget what they call that. Those are M4s. So that's the back of it. I mean, this radio is ready to rock. This thing's ready to go. TRRS, yeah, I think that's it, Chris, for the data port. But like I said, they were not afraid, right? They had this thing right out on the counter. No concerns. You could play with it. You could touch it, right? Everybody was touching it. Everybody was playing with it. There was no fear. And then, you know, compare that. Well, let's see. See if there's anything interesting. I didn't look close enough at this. I took a picture of it, but I didn't. Serial number 303. Doesn't really tell you anything else. 5200A, so they'll have a 5200E version as well. Got your Bluetooth over here. So they got their part 15 sticker on there. Like I said, this thing's ready to rock. Which is great. And then you contrast that with this thing, right? That's still under glass. It's like, come on. Now they were doing like it was an operational radio to some extent because it was receiving APRS packets. So, but they didn't want people touching it. That is for showsy. And, you know, you got the same, you got, you know, the mic connects to the body. Now this has a US or a micro SD on both the body and the head. If you guys recall that. I mean, this is still going to be a nice radio. It's just a shame they can't get their act together and get that thing launched. I don't know what the dealio is. Yeah, that radio, I'm putting one of those in the truck. I may end up putting one of those in both trucks. I don't know. I'm sure that sucker's going to be expensive. I'll probably just put one in the new truck. I'll keep the 2730 in the old truck. In the farm truck. Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, I think ICOM is, they're taking a leader's position for sure. They're not waiting around. They're taking a leader's position. And the more and more I use them, the more I like them. So, you know, I've got the 9700 here in the shack. I love the 2730. That 5200's a baller. And they did say that they're gonna officially launch the XO26 at Ham Fair. And if that comes out as a VHF, UHF, HF radio, that's going to be another baller, right? I think that's going to be a hard radio to ignore if somebody wants mobile HF. Hard radio to ignore. Let's see here. We still have 23 people hanging out there. What else can I tell you folks? I'm trying to think what else I've got for you. Have you guys been following the, here, let me find it here. Let's see. Have you guys been following the latest Bamboo Labs videos here from Rossman? Let's see. He is not holding back at all. You can see he's got a bunch of videos here. I don't know if you guys are following this or not. Where's my chat at? I would think you guys probably are already aware of this. Welcome back, Joshua. I really haven't dove in too far yet, Chris. Everything's been so crazy. But if you guys haven't been watching, if you haven't seen some of these videos, they're pretty entertaining. I mean, they're going hard after Bamboo Labs. I wonder, let's see here. They started a fund. Let's see. They started a fund. I want to see if they have a link here.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day.
Let's see. I want to see how far. Okay, here we go. This is bananas. This is bananas. Are you guys seeing this? Hold on. This is nuts-a-roni, man. This guy has got so much influence. It is crazy. Oh, crap. It goes in too far. Does this one bring it out a little bit? There we go. So this is 3 days in. 3 days in. And they've raised $94,000. For the Software Conservancy, Software Freedom Conservancy, to go after Bamboo Labs AGPLv3 violations. In 3 days. This guy's an animal. This guy is a freaking animal. Yeah, so Tim, so there was a guy, and you have to watch some of these videos. I'll get some of the details wrong. But there was a guy who, first of all, the Bamboo Labs software is supposed to be open source. And there was a guy who used all of the Bamboo Labs libraries to create a version of software that went around all of their nonsense. And he didn't even change any of their libraries. He used their libraries as they exist. And they are open source licensed. And they sent him a cease and desist order and made him take down his repo. And so Rossman got word of this and he said, nope, we're not playing that game. Give it to me, I'll host it. And then he engaged, or through his visibility, I don't think he reached out to him. I think just through the visibility of his channel, the Software Freedom Conservancy picked it up. And these guys, if you think about it, you've got all of these small developers. They develop things under various open source licenses because they're creators. They want to create, they want to contribute, they want to put things out in, out into the ether that are going to help people. And then you have a company like Bamboo, who will leverage their works but not follow their license. And they do so knowingly and willingly because they know that these small developers are not going to be able to fight them in court. So what the Software Freedom Conservancy does is they hunt out these cases where these companies and corporations are taking advantage of the fact that they're an 800-pound gorilla against, a one-man development show. And they take up those cases and prosecute them for their violations against the open source licenses. And so these guys had put out a call to help in this effort, and they're trying to raise $250,000, and in 3 days they've raised $94,000. It's bananas. So this is gearing up for a fight, and I don't think Bamboo's got a leg to stand on. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But anyhow, Rossman is now hosting in his GitHub this software that again bypasses all the nonsense that Bamboo is restricting in their official version of the software. Yeah, you have to, Tim. I recommend that you go in and, like I said, I'm sure I'm not doing it justice. But just go in and watch a couple of these videos and you'll get it. Let's see here. I'm looking for where it starts. But any of these ones here where they're talking about Bamboo Labs, those will get you up to speed. It's pretty interesting stuff. But I don't know if you guys watch Rossman. Don't watch him with your kids around. He's not G-rated in his language choices. Broly, debating if I should get a booth at Overland Expo East. So Broly, educate me, dude. What would you be selling? Oh, Stavros, what is that name? What is that? You should definitely get a booth at Overland Expo East. We've got a crew that's planning to go out there, by the way. So, I have no idea what that costs, though. I mean, it's easy for me to say that. I have no idea what that costs. The other thing you could probably do is sell out of your tailgate. $1,200. Gotcha. I mean, it's probably a little nicer to have a table or have a booth. Tailgate out of a Tesla. There you go. But what I think that's the third. Is that the third largest overlanding show? Right. I think the one in Flagstaff is the largest. Let's see. Overland West in Arizona. Oh, I thought, yeah, it's in Flagstaff. Yeah, so it's up there, maybe the 4th. It's the East Coast's largest event. Let's see, do they tell us how many? They don't tell us how many people. Let's see. Let's see. In attendance, let's see. All right. So 28,000. So 10,000 less than Hamvention. So that's West. Gosh. Oh, I'm on Bing. That's why. Gosh, let me take this same quote prompt. Let's go to Google. And let's see if we get a better response. Really? What is all this crap? Was I? Yeah, I was on a real Google page. What is all this crap? Oh, bicycles. Oh, crap. Sorry, guys. You guys aren't even seeing the full page. Jeez. Okay, here we go. Wow, East is... All right, so 200 exhibitors, 10 to 15,000 attendees. So I was thinking it was larger than that. Look at Ham Radio Go. Overland Expo West is 30,000. Hamvention's 38,000. Did you guys hear ham radios dying? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there in terms. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. I like the time frame too, because we don't have a lot going on in October otherwise, and that's a nice time of year. Let's see here. I'm curious to see just what the prices are anyhow. Buy tickets, exhibitors, and sponsors. Let's see what tickets cost. Tickets are coming soon. Okay. Yeah, well, let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So vehicle general weekend pass with camping. Moto general weekend pass with camping. Premium weekend pass with camping. Forest camping. So boy, oh boy, lots of options. Okay. So it looks like if you're not buying one of the premiums, you're out here to bake in the sun. But that's probably not too bad that time of year. I mean, October can still get pretty warm. But let's see. Okay. Let's see. Exhibitors and sponsors. Let's see. buy tickets. Let's see, attendee exhibitor info. Okay, registration. Outdoor lifestyle pavilion. Exhibitor FAQ. Let's check that out. I mean, the good news, Stavros, is that's pretty close for you, comparatively speaking. Accommodations. If you're planning on attending, exhibitor camping. Okay. In-booth exhibitor camping. Let us know if you plan to camp in your outdoor booth space. Outside exhibitor space only. No camping in the building. So it looks like you can camp if you're an outdoor vendor. Exhibitor. Must camp within your footprint. I guess that probably makes it much more attractive too. Primitive camping, no hookups. So you'll be boondocking it. Camping is only allowed upon approved exhibitor check-in, no open flames. So you can come hang out with us, Stavros, and just go over there to sleep. Then you'll be all set. Me and my mesh nodes can hug each other. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it looks like you have some options there. Now here's something different, right? So you've got Lot G exhibitor camping. So they charge you $165 in addition. So depending on what you're doing, you know, you may be able to just camp in your booth area. I don't know how big your booth area is. But yeah, looks like you got some options, man. Now, how did it get me into wanted to make sure that wasn't just, I saw some reference to SoCal. But I don't think, oh yeah, so that's just okay. I think you're still fine. They have additional criteria for SoCal. Yeah, so I'm going to go. Kyle is going. Jason's, I think he's going to be on a cruise ship. At least that was his plan before all this kind of cruise stuff popped up. I don't know if that changed his plans at all. So I don't think, but you know, there's going to be at least some of us there. So you can definitely come hang out with us in the evenings if you like. Come hang out, and we're usually pretty easy to get along with. Let's see. I need to make some new marketing materials more focused on outdoors. Yep. Yeah, I guess they all need to have GPS. I kind of like them not having a GPS, but certain situations, I think for sure you want to have GPS. West Design, thanks for hanging out. Have a good long weekend. Have I ordered my bed camper yet? Yes. It is going to be installed in June. Still waiting for the date. I actually need to give those guys a call tomorrow. But the camper's on order. I've got to make some decisions on electrical system. And that's really what I need to call them about. And I'm going to put like a storage system in it. So I got to chat with them about that as well. But yeah, I made the down payment like 3 weeks ago. So they will compare the devices with Garmin devices. Yeah, I can see that, I guess. That makes sense. That makes sense. I guess if you're going to go that direction, then too, are you thinking about a fully self-sufficient device with a screen as well? Is that kind of the way you're leaning for that kind of use case? Right? Because again, if they're going to compare it with the Garmin device, right? If you have to use your phone anyhow, what's the big deal? I won't be ready for that show, but I'm literally coding it. Oh, sweet. Awesome. That's very cool. That's very cool. Solar on one side, 3.5-inch display on the other. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you do, dude. I love all the stuff you build. It's amazing. Can't wait to see it. It's exciting. Exciting. Hey, I have to tell you too, my my Pocket Ranger with mesh core on it. I mean, that thing did great as far as battery life over the weekend as well. So that was fantastic. Got stuck doing some stupid stuff. Oh, nice. Nice. That can be fun though. Yeah, I could tell it wasn't as efficient, but still it's more efficient than the stock mesh core. I've got to believe, right? Because I didn't have to charge the thing. I charged them overnight Tuesday. I left Wednesday, and I still hadn't charged it. I have to take a look. I have that node downstairs, but the last time I looked at it, which was the following Wednesday, which would have been a full week, I still had lots of battery. So, how are we doing here? We still have 22 people. You guys are troopers. I love it. Let's see. Tyranny, I missed this. If you're still out there, I missed your earlier comment. Overland Expo is near your house. Overland Expo East is near your house. That's pretty cool. There's a bunch of them. I just wanted to make sure I was oriented right. Yeah, I am. I'm excited to get this thing on the truck. I think it's going to look really good too. Oh, I forget they have a hyphen, don't they? Let's see. Yeah, so this is the style that I went with. The ModCap family camper. Just because it gives me more room. So that's what it looks like on the truck, which I think looks great. I love the look from behind on it too. I think it looks really cool. And then you pop the top on the side and you got lots of sleeping room up there, which is fantastic. And especially on a full-size truck. Yeah, doesn't that look cool? I've got to check with them as well. They're putting a diesel heater on it for me. So it should be pretty slick. I'm looking forward to it. See, this is just a little shorty bed. Imagine a 6.5 foot bed. It's gonna look cool. And I can stand up in it. That's the other thing that's just it's the little things. I can actually stand in it. Let's see, everything about using the downed trees from that last storm for iron oak shelving or decor for the camper. A little of the ranch for the road. Interesting. I love the idea. I just, I don't personally have the tools to make that happen. Right? So you'd need to be able to cut planks, and I have the wood. I've got the trees. First thing I would have to do is rough cut the wood. Right? You can rent like a portable sawmill to rough cut the wood. Then I'd have to wait and let it dry. And then I'd have to have a planer and a joiner. I mean, I really love the idea. I just don't love the fact that I don't have all the tools, and I don't know that I want to wait that long. Right? I mean, for that wood to cure properly cure and dry so it'd be stable. Yeah, I like the idea, Sean. Now I should try to find a way to use some of that wood for some stuff. I mean, I've got some like 60-foot trees that are down, and these are oak trees. Let's see. Oh, good point. On Meshtastic using GPS, but MeshCore not letting you utilize it. Good point. Good point. Now, what is kind of crazy is how expensive. I should look this up. How expensive a cord of wood is. Let's see. Jeez Louise. So in North Texas, a full cord of split seasoned oak costs between $350 and $500. A big part of the variance is whether it's delivered or picked up. So I've got a lot of money in just firewood. So maybe the play, Sean, is to use Iron Timbers Ranch oak to pay for the camper. Stavros, thank you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Is that a sticker? Let's see. That is awesome. Thank you. So that's a sticker. Cool. I can't ever. I don't really watch those things close enough, but I don't recall seeing a little animated thing there. That's cool. Thanks, sir. I appreciate that. Keeping you company while you're burning the late night oil. I don't know if you guys have cut a lot of firewood, though. I used to do a lot of that whenever I was younger. We heated our house with a wood-burning stove, and so my brother and I, we cut a ton of firewood and we split a ton of firewood. And I can tell you, that's real work, too. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, who knows? Certainly. I'm looking at a couple of different companies. Hey, let me get an opinion from you guys here. So kind of the incumbent, or like the de facto standard for truck bed build interiors is Goose Gear. Let me see if I can find. Maybe it's better to start up here. So, and I'm going to use a Tundra as an example because I know they have a 6.5 foot. Let's see here to give you an idea of what they look like. So double cab, crew cab. Let's go with the newest model. I think it'll maybe allow me to pick. See, this is like a rear seat delete. That's what they call a rear seat delete. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, by camper system. Okay, so Alu-Cab is the camper I'm getting. So let's see, a 6-foot bed. Let's see, do they show a 6? I'm trying to just give you something that's representative. Oh, full size. Here we go. Here we go. Tundra 6.5 foot. They make it for my truck too. They just don't have the pictures on here. Okay, so here's the top-down view. Right, so you come in from the camper and you've got some storage on the sides and you got a little storage back here. Right, and you can tuck your battery systems in there. Right, these are drawers, kind of nice. And this is all marine grade plywood that they put a special coating on, tough as nails. I mean, there's a reason why this is the de facto standard. Oh yeah, this is if you want to put a, you know, kind of like panels in to cross, to mind the gap, as it were. You can turn this into a sleep platform. So this is kind of the de facto standard, right? Super high quality, well made, super strong. You know, fairly utilitarian. But you get the idea, right? So there's one. Let me see. What's the name of the other one here? I always forget it. Bear with me just a moment, please. Okay. All right, here we go. So here's kind of the up and comer. Let's see. Camper systems. Gosh, these are fiddly. Alu-Cab. So here you can see they do a little bit different. These guys too use a marine grade plywood. They put a coating on it. This is the floor material that they put in on top of the marine grade. But you see they have some different, right? This is kind of more of an Alu-Cab style here. And then they have this thing here called the Summit. And you can have it either with the sync on the driver's side or the passenger side. I would have it on the driver's side for my config. But a little bit of a different look to it. This is kind of nice, right? You have a sink in here. You have a little galleyway in here. But this is kind of the unproven, kind of new kid on the block, right? You see all of these panels kind of attached to one another. They're connected together, right? Where on the Vecel, you've got these aluminum, kind of an aluminum railing on every piece that lock together. So a little different construction approach, right? These guys have drawers. This is in an Alu-Cab, so you can kind of see it goes up to like the gull wing area there. So those are kind of the systems I'm trying to decide between. Let's see. Is there a place you could take it for them to section? Yeah, Tim, you can certainly sell it. You know, but the other thing is they bring in these big trucks, make a mess of everything. Stavros, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Sorry if I missed you there. Thanks again for the super chat. Have a great long weekend. Jody's back. Yeah, it did. It popped up, Jody. We are in. Boom, there we are. Let's see if anything has changed. Latest payload. Oh yeah, see, so this looks darker. Right? The other one was like 17. Now we're 22. Oh wait, that's ambient. That's not it. So there's our timestamp. These are ambient. This is battery, accelerometer, lux right here. Yeah, I don't know what, I have to learn a little bit more about this. But yeah, it's cool. We're on the map. That's the main thing. I wanted to try to get out there and get on the map. So we did something right tonight. We're looking at some camper stuff now. Trying to decide what kind of storage system I want to put in the camper. You like the look of the second one? Yeah, I mean this has a really nice look to it, certainly. You know, it doesn't have the proven track record. You know, none of them are cheap. I can tell you that. But this one also feels more like a camper, right? Because it's got a sink and this kind of galleyway where you can you know, this is almost like a pantry in here. So I kind of like that, and you can see how you can access the pantry from indoors or outdoors, which is also kind of cool. I think that's a really nice feature. So, I'd talked with these folks a little bit. I'm going to talk with them a little bit more and try to, get a better feel for. I mean, I really like their system. They also have a nice table option if you look at some of their accessories. Now, you can find this anywhere, and you could add this to potentially anything, right? But these guys have already done it, right? So they've got this modular table system here, which is really kind of nice, because I really want to set this up so that I can operate from inside the camper. I want to be able to set up an HF rig, right? Like a DX10 or something like that. Set up a rig inside here and operate from inside the camper, right? And this would be kind of multi-purpose as well. So, but we'll see. I got to make some of those decisions yet. The problem with these guys, wait for it, and you guys might not be able to see it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let's see if it's still here. Let's see if it's still a problem. Right here. 16 weeks lead time. 16. That's like, I'll see you next year. That's nutso. I don't know what these guys, let's see, do these guys talk about, here, let's ask their pseudo AI bot. Oh no, I don't want to give you all my crap here. I thought this was a pseudo AI bot. Oh, it says text us. Do you have a pseudo AI bot or an AI bot? Doesn't look like it. I've got to find out what the lead time is for these guys. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Hey, Wild Radio, nice to see you. Kind of crazy. So, here's the other thing, right? This is a small company. This is, these guys, I mean, I think they're like a year right there. So these guys are just getting established, getting them, kind of getting themselves off the ground. I'm sure they don't have all the resources that a more established company will have. But that looks really sharp. Now this is in a different size truck, right? This is in the Tune M1. This isn't the camper style I went with. But it is a good looking, it is good looking. I'm not sure how tough it is compared. Maybe it's tougher. I don't know. Decisions, right? Yeah, with all the recent layoffs. You are not kidding. You are not kidding, Wild Radio. You are not kidding at all. Yeah, that's kind of it, Tim, right? I really want to, I want to set it up so I can work out of the back of it and I can operate out of the back of it. That's really the goal, right? So, because when I drive to Overland East, it's going to be a 2-day drive for me to get out there, 2-day drive for me to get back. I need to be able to work. Yeah, it's there's a lot of those large tech firms. There is a lot of disruption right now for sure. The good news is, oftentimes, I don't want to say it's good news. I mean, oftentimes though, these types of situations really allow people to kind of step out or maybe take a risk and go out on their own or try something that they wouldn't otherwise try when they're kind of insulated in their safety cocoon, right? In their comfort cocoon. A lot of times this presents an opportunity for someone to look. A lot of talented people are getting laid off. So it might be a great opportunity for some of those folks to do something brand new. You got to try to find that silver lining, right? Got to find it. All right, gang. Well, I think we may have hit the end of the road tonight. I think we always cover a lot of ground. I love that. And it's nice to see some people have signed up and submitted their survey for one of these devices. That's cool. I'm hoping we get a bunch of people. I think the ideal situation is we get a lot of people who show interest, who submit something. Unfortunately, I've got 2 of them. I can only give away 2 of them. But if, we're able to demonstrate that there's a lot of interest out there, if they're really looking to grow this service and try to get some more, trying to get some momentum out there, who knows? Maybe we can help push them along in terms of either providing an avenue that people can get their hands on these a little more easily, or who knows, maybe they've got a bunch of these that they're willing to share with the community like they did with these. So I think either of those outcomes would be outstanding. So don't be shy, folks. Put your fill out that quick little survey. Tell me why you've got a good spot to host one of these OpenDarkSky sensors, and let's grow out this network. Tyranny. So what you want to do is just go here. Go to the community list sign up. Okay. If you're already on the community list, that's fine. Just put your email address. Put your email address on the form, right? So if we walk through this, if you're already on the list, put your email address in and join the community. The system is smart enough to know you're already joined, and it will present you with a new page to access the survey. If you are not on the list, go ahead and fill out the list and go through the whole process. When you fill out the list, it's going to send you an email that says, hey, we want to verify your email. Verify your email, and once you verify your email, you'll get a link to fill out the survey. So If you're on the list or not, this is the way. This is the avenue. This is how you get there. And like I said, we're going to run the survey for a couple of weeks. I'm giving away 2 of these. We were successful tonight in getting the one that I'm going to keep deployed here in North Texas deployed. Here we are. We're showing up on the map. For those that have joined late, we walked through the whole process of how you configure this on stream. I'm going to go ahead and create a cheat sheet for that as well. And yeah, it's a cool little project. And, you know, this is a way to get involved. Won't cost you anything. I'm going to send these out with the 2 that with the 2 surveys that I pick. Like I said, if the Libre Space Foundation folks have any interest in helping determine where they want those, I will, of course, defer to them. But outside of that, I'm just going to look for, you know, some geographic diversity here. And it doesn't matter if you're in you know, a high pollution or a low pollution area. They're just getting the network started. So all sensors would be valuable. So put your request in, make your case for why you've got a good spot, and maybe you'll be supporting, and you know, maybe you'll be part of the community that's supporting the program here. That's my last spiel and pitch. Oh, and you know, the other benefit is when you sign up, of course, as most of you already know, you're already signed up for all of the channel giveaways and whatnot. So, and this also gets you the occasional newsletter that I send out. So, benefits galore. Look at that. Benefits galore. All right, gang, I'm getting tired. My energy drink is gone. I'm going to have to retire, I think. Well, thank you all for hanging out and sticking around. That was a lot of fun setting up the sensor. It was cool hanging out with everybody. You know, it's fun doing the on-site type of deal, but I like this a little bit better. It's a little more, I can see what's going on a little bit more. I have access to things a little easier. So it's kind of good to be back in the saddle and good to see everybody out there. Yeah, you bet. Thanks for watching, everybody. And have a great weekend, right? This is a long weekend. Get out there and practice some radio and stay safe. And we'll see you next time. 73, everybody. Take care.